Any questions from anybody?
Interesting. I can hear Sarah's steward's briefing on the on the effects mic. They're not allowed aerosols. If you've got any concerns, even sun cream, take them away. Ooh. Yeah. Just listening to Sarah's briefing on the effects mic. Yeah, I shall get going. There's no race to be had for me to commentate on today. Well, look at I don't know who that is over there with the mower, but he's mowing some straight lines, some really straight lines. In fact, some incredible. Oh, wow! That is ridiculous. That is incredible. How does he do it? Wow! That mower just does it every single time, testing those straight lines. Look at him go. It's almost like that's what it was built to do. It is absolutely obscene. You know what I've been trying to work out too recently? What are those lines on the pitch? Not the mowed ones, the kind of dry patches, sort of vertically across. Right, we happy on one? Yeah. What are those lines doing? Straight across the pitch. How do they get them there? Are they meant to be there? It doesn't look like it. Are they in line with the wickets? Not quite. I don't quite understand their purpose. Or why they're there, but they look ugly. Alright. Shall I swap over to 2? Oh, I'll swap over. And we are now testing commentator mic 2. Interestingly, the talk back on this one is much quieter for just through pitch effects. This thing, that could be one of these knobs. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got it. Okay. Testing. Is this mic going to peak out? How loud do I have to get? Is it going to peak out? We're testing. We're still testing. We're just into red on my side, so I think it's pretty good. It really doesn't push into red at any sort of normal volumes, and then as soon as you get too loud, it just kind of peaks over. This would be my very Sophie Luff about things voice if I was to be discussing the lines on the pitch and talking about the state of play. At the moment, there is no state of play because they're not playing. So all I can look at is the Hampshire team over there having a bat. Someone's having a bowl. Is that Georgia? Georgia L Weiss, something like that. She plays for Hampshire, doesn't she? All right, excellent.
Okay, time for the toss then, out in the middle here. Getting ready out in the middle for the toss. Sophie Luff has the coin. Georgia Adams with the call. Heads is the call. And it is a head, so Hampshire have won the toss. Georgia, we'll just grab you for a chat. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat first. Looks good wicket. Looks good wicket, so we want to get some runs on the board, hopefully.
Excellent. And you guys had a good tournament so far, looking to get another win under your belts.
Yeah, obviously, tournaments like this, momentum's important. So we love playing cricket down here at Taunton. It's a great ground, so hopefully we can get another win under our belt.
Was the weather any impact on your decision, or you just fancied the bat first?
I think history tells a tale here that it's normally a pretty good batting track, so I think we can trust the wicket. They don't tend to change too much in the T20 format, so yeah, bright blue sky, we'll have a bat first.
Good luck today.
Thanks very much.
Sophie, we'll have a quick chat with you as well. Forced to bowl then, are you happy with the decision?
Yeah, we're happy to bowl first. We probably haven't found our formula yet in this competition, so yeah, happy to bowl first and then chase it down, hopefully.
Yeah, and obviously a big game today, important to get that first win under your belts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's something that we've been working really hard towards. It's not through a lack of effort, that's for sure. The girls are putting real hard work in training week in, week out, and that's all you can ask. And then when we cross that white line, it's just about having a little bit more composure in those big moments in the game.
And I suppose this ground is known for some big chases. Possibly today, this could be a good place for it.
Well, hopefully we keep them to a smaller total as possible and then knock it off. That would be the dream. But yeah, look, we'll be ready to go when we do get a chance with the bat later in the game.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. The news from the middle then is that Hampshire have won the toss and are going to bat first.
Cut away for 4. Now will run away, short and wide from Anderson. Capsey moves on to 13. Pulled away from White Hodge. Nice. Should run away for 4. And does run away for 4. Full of length, and White Hodge gets underneath the ball and crashes that over cover for 4 more. That's short and pulled away. Surrey on a roll here. Capsey moves on to 17. And this, we've had 2. Capsey gets a bottom edge and gets 4 more.
That's a cracking shot.
4 more for Surrey, 4 more for Capsey.
Oh.
Chip to cover and out. Capsey, who's at times classy, at times frenetic innings, comes to an end. 25 off 23, comfortably held by Charlie Dean. And the early move to spin has paid off for Somerset.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful shot from White Hodge, and that's gone all the way for 6. Has just picked up a ball from a...
Changes in personnel.
LBW appealing given. It was the googly from Wellington, and it definitely struck White Hodge's bat, but judged to have struck her bat after the front pad first, and that is 2 massive wickets from Wellington.
No, it's not out. My thoughts were that it was pitching outside impact.
Mentioned. It's paddle swept, and it just gets over Heather Knight at slip. It runs away for 4. Dunkley looks like got a bit of a top edge on that. It's beautifully bowled and out. Stumped. Monaghan's dragged her back foot there. And Jones completes the stumping, edging their way into this game. Just watch the stumping here. Sharp turn, well taken by Jones. And you can just through the kind of...
That's a beautiful shot.
She always scores runs because of shots like that. A fantastic cover drive. I don't even want to call it a drive, it was a push. A gentle nudge.
Now that's been crunched away gloriously for 4. Sophia Dunkley looking in pretty good touch here. Shot. That's a glorious shot from Paige Schofield. It wasn't a full half volley. That's been pulled away, and it's taken. Oh well, with a drag down, Helen Knight picks up a wicket.
Just manoeuvre it.
That's elegantly played. A beautiful shot through extra cover for 4. Just her second ball.
She came in.
Lofted. How far has that gone? It's gone all the way. Just clears a rope, but well. That's been swung away, and it's going to land just in front of the fielder. Valiant effort. Had she not gone for it, partnership for England Day, that's struck straight down the ground. That's going to be 4 more. Perfect placement. Down the leg side, beautifully swept away. Swept on line as much as anything else. Scholefield's looking really good here. Another boundary for her.
Then she'll play it straight through that mid-wicket gap.
Big shot from Schofield and caught. She's looked to go over the top, but Laura Jackson holds on at mid-off.
So imagine a nice dry outfield. And again.
She goes again. Is that 4? Is that 6?
I believe it was the Lake District, actually.
Actually sounds quite nice. Jackson bowls. Davison Richardson pulls the ball into the leg side, and that's gone the whole way for 6. Davison Richards able to scamper through for a single, and that is a half century for ADR of just 42 deliveries. And that's bowled.
Pace off.
Chatley looking to make room and cut the ball through the offside where all the fielders are up in the ring. Unfortunately for her, misses, and Charlie Dean gets a very well deserved 2nd wicket. See on the replay here, to your point, Dean kills the pace, forcing Chatley to make more of the delivery. Franklin finds deep mid wicket. They will turn for 2. It should be run out. She shouldn't be able to make it back, but she does. And as a result, Surrey finish their innings on 243 for 7. Drops short. Knight swivels on that ball and pulls it away behind square for 4 runs. A shame for Franklin on what was otherwise. That's a big in-swinging delivery, and Heather Knight is just able to help it on its way again. Pulled from just the top of the stumps. And it's a misfield in the deep. That's wide, that's cut, and that's 4. Real shame for Monaghan, who had been putting together a perfect over.
It has really contributed a lot to that attack.
That's a beautiful shot by Corney, and she'll deservedly get 4 runs for it.
The winter.
Short and pulled, and that'll be 4 more for Corney. McDonald game missed full, now misses short. You can find yourself with a game pretty soon. Well driven by Knight. That should beat deep 3rd, and does. Short, pulls, and that'll be 4 runs. Corney's broken the shackles in the last couple of overs.
First ball, that's going to be 4 more. 5 fours the last 5 balls. 11 needed off 5, and now we go. Oh, it's crunched away. This could be 4 more. Amazing, amazing stuff. 20 off 5. It's now just 6 needed off 3. Off stump. She's gone across her stump. She's got it fine for 4 more. This is one of the most remarkable innings I've ever seen. Amanda J. Wellington has 24 off 6 balls, or 1 to win. Gets hold of it and got it away for 4 fantastic runs. An amazing victory for Somerset. From absolutely nowhere, they have won this game. They were on top through much of the run chase. Then they were squeezed almost to death, needing 31 from 10 balls.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where it's beautiful, beautiful weather. Absolute scorching day today. Myself, Harry Everett, and Nick Harvey are here to talk you through pre-match for Somerset Ladies against Hampshire Ladies. Game starting at 2:30. We'll give you a bit of a chat and run you through the sides. But first of all, you could not ask for better weather for cricket, Nick.
I know, it's absolutely
scorching day today.
Absolutely glorious here. Not a cloud in the sky. Sorry about our laptops just playing. Absolutely glorious. Looking at highs of 30 degrees today. I was out there a minute ago for the pitch report and I was absolutely boiling in this jacket. So the players will be very much enjoying the weather, but it will be much harder work than it was on Sunday, where we had a few clouds. It was still lovely and hot on Sunday, wasn't it? But we did have a few clouds here. We saw the women play Durham and the men play Kent in 2 brilliant cricket games. And you can see on your screens now the Hampshire team coming in a minute. Harry will talk you through that.
Yeah, so Ella McCacken, who's been their top run scorer this year, is out injured with a hamstring injury. She's had 327 runs, and I might have a little exclusive. I've tried to pull her leg to persuade her to come up on commentary later on. My dad and her dad actually did their teacher training together, so I'm hoping she might give us a bit of the away perspective. So she's out. So Charlie Knott came in and opened in the Surrey loss. So Hampshire lost by 5 wickets to Surrey on Tuesday. Maya Boucher opened with 33. Knott herself got 74 not out, so pretty good, you know, the stand-in opener to get 74 not out. Then Kemp, Adams and Southgate make up the top 6. Norgrove, Mary Taylor, Naomi Datani, the middle order. And then Lindsay Smith, recent England experience. Lauren Bell, of course, we know, has been around England set up for a little while now. And probably an unsung hero, Daisy Gibb, who I've put in my fancy team. Done quite a good job for my fancy points this year.
Yeah, she's a good bowler. I like the look of her, and she just brings a little bit of that sort of zest. There's something about her, you know.
I like that word, yeah.
Yeah, I like. There's something about her I like, and when you watch her, she's quite a natural cricket player.
Yeah.
And you see some people, it looks a little bit more robotic or forced. But I think she's quite natural, and I do like what she brings.
So what about the rest of the bowling attack? Who would you worry about from a Somerset perspective? Who's the danger bowlers in this Hampshire side?
For me, Mary Taylor is a little bit exciting. She brings something out. Datani, obviously, left arm. And Lindsay Smith, for me, is going to be quite dangerous, I think, on this pitch. It's going to be a hard pitch to bowl on for any bowler out there. But she's got that England experience now, and she's played for a very long time. I've played against her, and she always puts the ball there or thereabouts. She never gives you much width at all. She does get it to skid quite a lot, which on this pitch, if you don't look to hit straight, you could be getting in a dangerous position. So I think Lindsay Smith, if she gets, you know, it right, which 9 times out of 10 she does, you know, she's renowned for her consistency, then she could be quite dangerous today. Somerset just need to remember to play very straight.
Awesome stuff. Right, well, should we go on to the Somerset side then? I'll let Nick talk you through, but there's one particularly big move. 2 mates of mine I've coached for the last few years down at Topsham Cricket Club in Exeter. One's in for the other.
Yeah, we'll have a little chat about that in a minute, Harry. So we have got one change to the Somerset side. We're going to see Jess Hazel coming in, which is lovely for her. I'm really pleased to see her get out there and get a chance, and she will be keeping today. So Bex Odgers will be just opening the batting rather than opening the batting and keeping. So it's nice to see Jess get an opportunity today, and she's coming in for Amelie Monday. Other than that, the side is unchanged. Bex Hodges, Neve Holland, Fran Wilson, Sophie Luff, Charlie Dean, Alex Griffiths, Amanda Jade Wellington, Jess Hazel, Chloe Skelton, Ellie Anderson and Molly Robbins. That is your Somerset team, and we are really looking forward in getting underway at 2:30 here. As Harry said, Hampshire have won the toss, elected to bat. But let's just talk a little bit about Jess Hazel. You know, she's a brilliant all-round cricket player, but she's a lovely person as well.
Yeah, I say I've done a lot of work with. So Hazel and Monday, I've both worked with the last 2 or 3 years, coaching on a Friday night down in Topsham. They're university students who've now got their full-time contract. Emily did a bit of playing for Devon. She was at Middlesex. Jess is a Somerset girl who's gone to university down in Exeter and now got her pro contract. And it's always tricky when your mates and your teammates, someone's got to take someone else's spot. Bex Hodges has done pretty well out in the batting without really setting the world alight, but she's going to lose the gloves for Hazel, who's a natural wicketkeeper. Interestingly, Amelie Monday actually was a wicketkeeper until about last year. She took up bowling pace, so she became a sort of batting all-rounder. Not seen much of her bowling this year, but there's so many options, and they're young girls who are actually quite new to professional career, so they can chop and change between being a bowler, being a keeper, being an aggressive batter, or different techniques. But Jess Hazel's got a chance, and it'll be interesting to see where she slots in. Would you expect between Griff and Wellow, maybe, depending on the situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those that I'd probably have her floating in terms of I'd probably have her come after Griff if the situation was to allow. But they seem to be getting a little bit too late in the innings where Griff and Wellington are coming in. And if I'm honest, I'd like to see Griff jump above either Wilson or Luff just to add a little bit of a different dimension and just break up that, Luff and Wilson rotate the strike. Griff's there, she's exciting, she's hitting hard. And I would love to see that just happen today.
Cool. Well, talking of Griffs, there are 2 Griffins in the Somerset squad. One's the coach, one's a player, not related. Here's an interview with Trevor Griffin.
Time now to hear from head coach Trevor Griffin. Trevor, it's a beautiful day for some cricket and a big game today for your girls.
Yeah, beautiful day. It's always a great day here at Taunton, and we're always well supported as well. So hopefully it'll be a fantastic day out.
Now, obviously they're going to be chasing the game today, bowling first. Do you see that as an advantage? This ground is known for its historic chases, of course. Obviously you want to make sure it's a manageable target first.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a cracking wicket. So if you bat first, you get runs on board. You've got to defend them and bowl hard. And same if you're going to try and restrict. We've got to be really precise with our skills. And the girls are in a great space. We've trained hard last couple of days, and we're raring to go.
I was going to ask you about the dressing room. How are the girls feeling ahead of this one? Looking to try and get that all-important win today.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't quite found our way in probably the three facets of the game. So they're excited to get back out there and put that right and show the best versions of themselves.
Well, good luck today.
Great, thanks very much.
Trevor Griffin, Somerset Women head coach.
Harvey here from the Cooper Associates County Ground for another double-header here in Taunton. We will see Somerset men and women play Hampshire Hawks. It's an absolute scorcher of a day here in Taunton. The sun is blazing, there's not a cloud in the sky. It's a batter's paradise here, hard and dry pitch, and it's very consistent bounce as always, and I would imagine that we're going to be in for a very high scoring contest today.
Get ready for it. Get ready. I'm in my new era. I'm better in my new era. I put it like gold. Check out the view. Out with the old and in with the new. I'm in my
Well, we're back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Myself, Harry Everett and Nick Harvey. And if you hadn't realised, Somerset are actually yet to win. Since the women's team went professional, they are yet to win here on the hallowed turf at the Cooper Associates County Ground. They won at Vale against Essex a couple of months ago. Feels like a long time ago, that does, actually. They won at Beckenham, Surrey, first game in the One Day Cup. But they're struggling here, Nick. What do you think they can do differently? What is it that they're struggling with?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question, but from the change in the team, obviously there's going to look like a bit of a change in the batting order, and I do think that is probably needed, in all honesty. They have been a little bit short for runs in our previous games here, and it's a high scoring pitch. Bowlers have to really go some to get them back in the game there, and they were lucky with Charlie Dean, who bowled so well the other day, taking 4 wickets for 9, but that's not going to happen very often here in Taunton. So, yeah, I do think that batting change was needed. It's going to be interesting what order they go with up front with Monday coming out. Obviously, she was opening. It'll be interesting to see who they pop in there and then how that sort of moves around that batting order that we were just talking about.
Yeah, I reckon it might be Neve Holland with Bex Hodges. Luff at 3, but then could they go Hazel at 4 and then Wilson at 5, Griff 6, Wellington 7?
I'll be honest, I don't think you can stack Luff, Hazel and Wilson together, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, you want a Griff or a Wellington in between them.
You need someone just a bit destructive, so it's something different. You're putting the bowler off their lines and lengths.
Yeah. Well, we go back to Surrey then. So you might remember Danny White-Hodge was a Southern Viper, England batter, pretty useful batter. She's now at Surrey, not at Hampshire. And guess what? She got more runs at Southampton, down in Hampshire on Tuesday. So she was absolutely brilliant. Look at the scorecard. Surrey won by 5 wickets on Tuesday. Not got 74, we mentioned earlier, but White-Hodge 65 off 40 balls. Now, she's one of the best batters in the world. Hampshire, you'd expect them to do better against Somerset than Surrey, I guess. Somerset are struggling a little bit. The Hampshire bowling attack is probably better than the Somerset bowling attack at the moment, but Hampshire are so desperate to get back to winning ways. Don't forget, I mentioned it earlier, they're missing Ella McCacken, their top scorer, who's got a century and 2 50s. They had that amazing tie. Do you remember the first game was against Warwickshire at Edgbaston? That tie, how good a game that was.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a nice balance down at Hampshire. They've got some players with real experience. They've been around a long time, your likes of Dats, your likes of Adams, Lindsay Smith, they've all been around a very long time. They've played a lot of county championship cricket over the years. They've been involved in the ECB setups. They've played in 100. And people like that, then on top of that, you've got Boosh. They have got a nice mixture. Then you've got exciting players like Knott. Southby can't be, ruled out because she's also a really good player and a great wicketkeeper. So they've got exciting players in that team. I just think at times they probably just haven't clicked. A lot's changed for them this year since they've become Hampshire Hawks. They've lost a lot of players. you know, losing the likes of Danny White-Hodge, Emily Windsor, Georgia Elwes, they all went elsewhere.
Yeah, some Vipers were taking the pieces, weren't they, really?
You know, quite a few players have gone elsewhere, and so they have seen quite a lot of change, so other people are getting experience, which is brilliant for them, and those opportunities, but for them just sort of probably getting used to their different roles and the different structure, it's a big change for them, I would imagine.
Yeah, and you look at, I was just going back to that Friday night with Taylor Swift here, that game for Somerset here, that was, well, it was an exciting, close game that Somerset thought they were going to win. It was actually Amanda J. Wellington at the end who was leading the talk. She was talking about where to bowl, what they're going to do. She's such a key player here. She's not going to open the bowling. It's going to be Chloe Skelton. It's off spin to open up to Maya Boucher. That is a short drag down first up, but fortunately, one of the two power play fielders outside the ring is a deep mid wicket, so it's only 1 run.
Yeah, that wasn't probably the start she was hoping for, but Griff out on that boundary has covered that nicely, and she's got away with only going for a single there.
So
lovely to see Jess Hazel out there behind the stumps.
Yeah, pretty decent keeper. I think her and Bex Hodges, not much in it on the keeping department.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably say that Jess probably has had more experience as a wicketkeeper, and possibly is a bit more of a natural wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
Whereas Bex obviously is more of a natural batter.
Yeah.
So they're two just very different styles of players and people.
So 4th place Hampshire women playing 8th place Somerset women here. Skelton wants to be a little bit fuller. There you go. First two a little bit short. That one's a top edge sweep. The slog sweep really. Should only be 1 run. Big boundaries on both sides, really. Think of the tiny boundaries they played at Edgbaston. Trent Bridge was pretty small as well. Somerset is often seen as one of the smaller grounds in the world, but the rope's quite a long way out here. Long on's back as well.
Nice bit of footwork there, just rocking back onto the back foot, hitting that one out to deep mid-wicket.
Nice little bit of turn. Sort of slow turn. Bit of grip in the pitch.
Yeah, it's only quite flighty, quite loopy at the moment. It's a good shot.
I like that shot. I think later on you might be thinking about pushing 2, but at the moment they're content to just take the singles. Remember, this is a different opening pair for Hampshire. No Ellen McCacken, so Boucher and Knott are opening together. Did all right in the game at Southampton against Surrey last week. Yes, they lost, but it was a good opening partnership. What a shot that is. That's going to be 4. It's a long boundary, but back foot punch from Boucher. She's strong, powerful, and well timed. First boundary of the day. Freya Kemp and Georgia Adams still to come in the top 4, but these two want to bat and bat and bat. So going back to that partnership in Southampton. Boucher had 33, Knott had 74, so actually they were 57 for 1 back on Tuesday. We'll see Molly Robbins try and swing the new ball from the Scotland Pavilion end. Thoughts on going with spin to start and then the swing bowler second over?
Yeah, me and Pete did talk about this. I personally don't quite understand that. I would personally like to have that fresh ball in a seamer's hand first up, and you know, let them make the most of what isn't a lot in these T20 games with those balls. But you know, I guess they might be trying to slow the pace down, take the pace off, all of those other reasons. But for me, I would like to see a seamer with that ball first over.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we're going to give Molly Robbins this chance. She's going to bowl from just Gothic Pavilion end. Got a beautiful wicket a few weeks ago. A lovely bit of swing. She does bowl some magical deliveries.
Robbins in. Full delivery, hit straight back. It's just a stop there from Robbins, and it's gone on to Wellington. At mid-off. 8 for 0 here, Hampshire, and it's not a bad start. It's fairly low risk for them with Chloe Skelton coming in. A couple of short deliveries there in that over, which have allowed them to sort of just milk it around the ground. Not do anything too risky. That's a good shot through the covers there. Mistimed though, just going to come through for a single.
Great to have those of you listening and watching on the YouTube live stream, on the live chat. Make sure you give us a thumb up and subscribe, and you can watch Somerset Cricket at your leisure, watch games back and join the online community.
And we do have the aircon on full blast
Yes, we do. I hope it's not too sweltering wherever you're watching from.
I'm not sat here in a jacket with no aircon. Full delivery, slightly straighter there from Robbins as she went a little bit wide early doors. And that one was much better line and length.
I wonder how many people have got tickets for the double header, but are sitting at home watching a little bit in the heat of the day, watching from home, and then coming down when it's a bit cooler later on. There is a bit of shade. People fighting the Somerset stand for the back of the stand shade.
Robbins in and worked off the legs there.
Half a stop from Luff. In the end, it wasn't going to make a difference. Laura Jackson, no, Neve Holland, sorry, coming in from deep mid-wicket.
Boosh, you'll see that she works, likes to sit back quite a lot, and she hits the ball very late. And you can see her almost just waiting and waiting for it to be even the slightest bit short for her to sort of get ready to get back on that back foot. Gloves 71, excellent video production this, so thank you for that. I mean, we talk about past scores here, Harry.
Yeah.
But what would you say Hampshire's probably aiming for?
It's a good question, because you look back to their first game of the season, that win against Essex was their T20 record score. They won by 25 runs in that game. To be a record score and only win by 25 runs wasn't a massive margin. Taunton, generally a pretty good batting track here, but I think, as I say, a lot of games they bring the boundaries in for the ladies' games. Whereas these boundaries, to me, look like they're going to be exactly the same for the men and the women today, don't you think?
Yeah, they are, and we've seen it throughout this year, and it's just one of those, isn't it?
What would you rather? When you were playing in a ladies' game, when you were going out to warm up, if you saw them bring the boundaries in, does that annoy you? As a spin bowler, you probably want them bigger, right?
I mean, if I'm honest, I would like them the same, just because obviously I'm bowling spin, and straight here at Taunton, it's not particularly big anyway, so straight you wouldn't really want them in because they'll be basically playing in your back garden.
Ellie Anderson.
Square of the wicket is very fast anyway. It's only really if you're going aerial does it make a difference.
Yeah. Well, Ellie Anderson is going to come on and bowl from the river end. She's got the river tone behind her. I did speak to Ella McCacken and Perry Randall about getting a Hampshire guest commentator on, so I might have Ella McCacken come and join for a little bit of commentary later on. It'd be nice to have a bit of an away perspective. Just do 15 minutes or so. It's always good to have that away insight. Sometimes people do say in the comments that we're a little bit biased, but it's always a home stream. It's home cameras and home commentators, so.
Am I biased?
A little bit, but not massively. We're only a little bit biased, aren't we?
You are, yeah.
You know the Somerset players better than the Hampshire players, having played with, well, you played against most of them.
I see.
You played against the Hampshire players, but you played with more of the Somerset players.
Yes and no. I mean, I haven't played with Ellie Anderson. I've played against her.
Short and wide, just going to be one run. Molly Robbins down there.
But in general, I've played against or with these players for quite a long time, unless they're quite young.
Yeah, there's a few youngsters. Monday and Hazel. You wouldn't have played much.
No,
Neve Holland
Jess
plays from quite a young
Jess
age.
has played quite a lot, or she's been in the
She's been
squad.
around the Storm Academy, wasn't she? Without
yeah,
playing
and
first
she
team
was
as
playing
much.
Somerset Women's for quite a long time.
You think Neve is young, but she's been around for years because she broke
Her
through
and
so young.
Neve, yeah.
Inside edge, inside half the bat, really.
Bex Odgers I coached down in Cornwall.
Yeah, what club's Bex Odgers from?
Grampound Road, I believe.
Yes, they always have a good Village Cup run. Grampound Road.
Anyone on the stream like to correct me on that, but I believe she played at Grampound Road.
She played against each other in club cricket down there as well?
No, I haven't played club cricket in Cornwall for quite a long time.
Oh no, thought you'd be straight back into that.
So no.
That could be straight to mid on. Oh. She just made a couple of steps to her left, you know. She's going to get 4 for it. Maya Boucher was not in control of that. It was. Oh, I think she misjudged it.
So
if you watch the replay, I think
She's
she made
seen
2 steps to her left.
Too late.
In the end,
She had quite a bit of time there, but
yeah, she just went the wrong way. In the end, she couldn't get there.
she's wrong stepped herself, hasn't she?
It's Chloe Skelton who did bowl the first over.
I think that could have been a good chance.
That would be a big, big early breakthrough.
Yeah, just wrong-footed herself. Short delivery there one, and that one's been mishit through extra cover. Oh, thank you. Just had a little delivery come up from my mum.
Very good. Shout out to Emma Mendoza bringing up the Nick Harvey deliveries.
Getting some goodies delivered to the commentary box from my mum.
I thought that was Emma bringing me an orange juice. Nice in the heat, but no. Was it baby socks and orange juice?
It's not baby socks, trainer socks.
Oh. My Boucher can't quite pull that in the gap too early on that. I'm thinking, could you cut it? Either way, it's a dot ball. That's a decent over that from Ellie Anderson. That 4 could have been a wicket.
That's against Essex.
That's
It's
not
2
to
for
be.
Tuesday. We've got an Essex
All
double
systems
header. The
go
women
here
take on Essex at 2:30.
Hampshire, you know,
and then
16
the
for
men's
0
game
off
is
3,
6:30.
8 off
So
that
coming
first
down to
over, so
2
just
for
8 off the
Tuesday.
next 2.
Somerset double header
Just feel
against
like
Essex
at the
Eagles
moment
here
it's
at
almost
the
looks
Social
like
Camp.
they're not timing it particularly well,
Correct.
Harry.
Yeah.
For me, it's almost like they're too early on a lot of the shots, and there's been quite a few mishits or, you know, outside edges.
Indeed. Somerset will be quite happy, even though they haven't taken a wicket yet. Well, that could be run
That's a quick run there. Oh.
Could Jessa Hazel have left that, maybe? I think it should have gone bowler's end.
I don't
really.
think that was hitting, and I think, if I'm honest,
Yeah.
it wasn't a great throw there from
yeah.
the fielder at short third. It's a good pickup, but that throw was not quite
She was gone with direct hit.
ideal.
Yeah, I think bowlers would have been easier though. Bowler was a long way down because Boucher called it early for the non-strikers. Knott was a bit slow starting off. That's another chance. That's another half chance for Somerset. Half chance of mid-on catch. Half chance of run up there. Got to take these half chances because these Hampshire batters will make Somerset pay. Although it's a slow start, if these two are still there in the 15th over.
Who is that fielding there at short third? Because I think they had time to throw to the bowler.
I thought it was Molly Robb's bowling. Sorry, at the moment, short third. Is that Laura Jackson?
Ellie
Ellie
Anderson. Yeah, I see.
We haven't got 12th fielder
I
already,
personally
have we?
think she had a second to just get it up to the other end.
I think it's got to be a clear call, isn't it?
Short delivery there. That one pulled away, and that's going to be 1 bounce 4. And a good shot there, and you can't bowl there to Boosh. You know, she's got years of experience. She's been in the England setup now. And Molly's gone short, and I don't think that was the plan.
No.
It's just a bit of a drag down, and that one's been timed better there.
Molly Robbins is a lovely bowler when she pitches it up, gets the ball to swing. Molly Boucher is very good on the pull shot, definitely. Just an accidental delivery, that.
Good effort there from Dean in the extra cover, but unfortunately, slight misfield, and they've come scampering through for a quick single.
Yeah, nearly managed to get enough hand on it. A good piece of running from the opening pair. Sophie Luff at mid-wicket. Quite often the captain's at mid-on in many forms of the game, but Molly Robbins knows her plan. Wellington at mid-off is always a loud voice in this team. Decent delivery that from Molly Robbins, just tucking her up straight enough that she can get these dot balls. Hampshire not got away anytime quickly. Really positive start from the Somerset ladies without getting that breakthrough. Not on Tuesday night, was 74 off 61. Boucher was 33 off 25, so both striking it well over 100. That was at the Utilita Bowl. Hampshire got 155 for 4. That was in the first innings also down there. AJ Wellington just having a bit of a chat with Robbins at the top of a mark.
Probably talking about Pokemon.
I don't want to know what they chat about. You watch the Life of Wello YouTube video, there's absolute carnage and things they get up to.
Don't watch a YouTube channel, I can't say I do, but I'm sure it's entertaining.
You make a few appearances. There you go. Thank you to Eurolate for their speed gun sponsorship.
Don't forget to
Molly
send
Robbins
in your
in and around that one
selfies
slow ball
to
at
us
50,
this
the rest in
afternoon.
around
Use the
57 to
hashtag
65 miles per hour.
selfie across our social media channels. Send us those at Somerset CCC.
Apologies, my
and we will get your
commentary partner is just trying on
the
her
big screen
trainer
wherever
socks in
you
the
are
com
in the
box.
ground.
You know, things you do while you're commentating on cricket.
Well, I'll tell you what, I was actually wearing some sandals earlier and I just popped some
Change of bowling from
trousers
the
on. I
River
forgot my
End,
socks,
sponsored
so I
by
just had those
Future
delivered.
Fostering, number 24, Charlie Dean.
There we go. Charlie Dean, the England international off spinner, is going to come on. Quite an early bowl for her today. Still in the power play. Off spin to Knott. Straight away, Knott's on the attack. That's a lovely cover drive. It's a glorious shot. Can Wellington catch up with it? Nope, she cannot.
Really nice shot there, aiming to hit straight.
So first ball 4 from Charlie Dean. She bowled really well the other night. The Taylor Swift Lancashire Friday night here when Somerset men were up at Gloucestershire. She bowled really well in that game, picking up a 4 foot.
I tell you what, not actually, I think, statistically, sweeps 1 in 4 balls. There we go. Yeah, so at least 1 ball in every 4 she looks to sweep.
Off a spinner.
Off a spinner, yeah. So it's interesting. First up, she's gone straight. I think Dean went slightly full, being picky, but second ball there, she's gone down for that sweep.
Well, Dean knows how she bats. That's a lovely cover drive again, but it's more mid-off way this time, dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good option going to Dean early because she's obviously played down at the Vipers for a long time. She's played for Hampshire as well as the Vipers, so she knows a lot of the girls down there. That one's flighted up, a little bit slower delivery, but Knott has seen it, used her feet, hit that one straight over Wellington. That one's raced away for 4, a couple of bounces. They've played a lot of cricket together, so they will know each other well, but I wouldn't mind seeing Wellington on.
Early? What, just the wrist
Go
spin?
early. Just go early, I think.
Okay. Interesting call. 2 balls left in Dean's first over. Gone to late cut. That is a big old gap. A lot of ground in between point and the wicketkeeper. Jess Hazel stops it though. No bat involved. What can Dean do with her last ball of her first over? Wellington's just saying, pull extra cover back on the ring. Get partners. Get Sophie Luff over. Luff's going to come and pat the covers now. Yeah, like this. So the mid-wicket's now open. And short third is more of a backward point, really. The 4 packed into the cover region. Dean's going to bowl outside off stump here. She can't afford to drift too straight. Well, she does, but it's only 1 run to long on, so no dramas.
Yeah, I just think that shot was fine, but I think probably within this 5 overs that we've seen so far, the timing of the batters have been early. There's been quite a few mistimed shots, too early, you know, playing a little bit out in front of themselves. And are Somerset looking to bowl a little bit more pace off? We saw it was quite successful with Kent Men's here with pace off.
I think Somerset's strength
on Sunday
is their slow bowling, isn't it? I think Somerset spinners are better than their seamers. So I think that strength is, you know, Ellie Anderson and Molly Robbins are playing, but there's more spin in the shape of Skelton, Wellington and Dean.
Yeah, and I just think pace off possibly even with their seamers, looking a little bit at that pace off options, because Kent Men did it so well here on Sunday night. And possibly they've looked and reflected on that.
Yeah, Jerry Everson bowled particularly well in that game on Sunday, I think, in the pace off. But Ellie Anderson's going to swap ends. She did start at the River End, now coming in for the Triscothic Pavilion end. Nice pick up. Neve Holland's going to charge after her. I think she might get there. Oh, she just dived a split second too late. It was a hard ask. Tell you what, it's a pretty quick outfield. It's been dry. When was it? We had a big bit of rain last Saturday. It rained a bit on Friday, but
I tell you what, Neve's fielding out on that boundary since being back from injury has been phenomenal. She's worked so hard. She's very fast, but that one was a little bit stretched too far.
Yeah, the back problem she had over the winter. I did quite a lot of coaching with Neve over the winter at Taunton School, and yeah, she was nursing that back injury for months and months. So great to see her back in a playing shirt. That's just chipped, plinked over extra cover for 1 run.
Plinked like that. Harry
Like that
Edwards just started following me on X, haven't they? Reflex.
I might have to sub you out in a minute, Nick. I've got
a
special guest coming on.
Special guests.
Yeah. Well, we don't want to be accused of being biased up here, so I've recruited. So Pete can eat his pasty.
Gibbo, so Pete is eating that pasty. I can smell it. Anderson in here. Shorter delivery. That one's pulled away, and that's going to be a couple of bounces. They're going to race away for 4 as again, Somerset just dropping the odd ball short. And the thing is, that eases off that pressure without doing too much. Can you concentrate on the job in hand, please?
Well, I'm just sorting out our commentary options up here, but I just feel like Somerset have won the first 3 or 4 overs here. You know, Boucher not getting in, and the strike rate's only going to improve the more time they spend out there. Somerset wanting to take a wicket in those first 3 or 4 overs where they bowled really well. This is where Not and Boucher, they've got themselves in. Can they then accelerate?
Yeah, it's a shame because we see they've done a lot well there, but then they just seem to ease that pressure by bowling a short delivery, you know.
Yeah, I agree, which is where the spinners have got away with that because they've got the fielders out.
And then before we know it, the run rate's up at 7.5.
I'm impressed at how quick the outfield is. I mean, Wise obviously aren't going to help Somerset.
Just easing off that pressure with those deliveries. So it is a shame. It's like they can't quite string those balls together in order to apply that pressure. Just had a comment come in. Harry, talk to us about your Taunton school sessions. That is another...
That's a glorious shot down the ground.
Boosh is just warming up now, isn't she? She's starting to time it nicely, and Anderson's got her length wrong here 2-3 times in this over already.
Yeah. Now myself and Neve Holland with Dave Roberts, the former Western Storm coach. We were doing the MCC State School programme at Taunton School over the winter. Ironic that the State School programme is held in a private school, but MCC trying to fund more State School kids coming into it. And
it's a nice venue though, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Neve wasn't able to bowl because of her back.
And that one's far too full. Extra cover and a brilliant shot there from Boo. She's just put her hand straight through that one.
That was a glorious cover drive. Just timed, didn't really try and whack it. Strong, powerful hitter, and the backswing, the follow through, punch, and extra cover can't stop that. Even Charlie Dean's athletic fielding can't get near that.
That's the 50 partnership for Hampshire there off 5.5 overs, 35 balls. Maya Bouchier, 25, not 24.
Well, these two openers are doing all right, but we do have another opener in the box. We do have the top scorer for Hampshire in this competition in the back of the box. Unfortunately out with a hamstring injury, but I'm trying to persuade Ella McCacken to come on and do a bit of commentary. But
she probably doesn't want to talk to you, Harry. It's probably just wants to talk to me.
But in her absence, not stepped up. Trying not.
Yeah, great innings against Surrey. And going to have a change of bowling from the River End.
This is what you wanted.
And this is what I said. Wellington is going to come on. Just spreading the field now. We've got deep square, deep cow, deep mid-off, and cover gone out on the boundary. Wellington going to come on for her first over. Dean's first over there went for 9. Anderson 2 overs for 24. Quite an expensive over, that last one.
Yeah, we saw Wes Agar get whacked everywhere in the men's game the other day. It does happen. And Anderson not suspense. Oh, that's nearly a catch first ball. Just short of backward point.
I think Boosh has not expected that bounce. It was quite a slow bounce as well, and almost hit that there to short third.
Lee Anderson could have been in the action. That's a shot though, isn't it?
Lovely shot.
Cover drive.
Just in front of the Trade Nation stand there. That one's raced away for 4. Anything slightly full, and it's being driven through that cover slot.
It's interesting we talk about the economy rates of spin and pace, but Molly Robbins has been the most economical, the most frugal Somerset bowler. 2 overs for 9. Ellie Anderson's bowled 2 overs for 24. It's not as simple being pace and spin, it's where you bowl it.
Yeah, I mean, we said about it. It's just those leaking, those bad balls that just give.
Yeah. Luff's done well there, keep it at 1 run, but I generally think Ellie Anderson's probably bowled better than Molly Robbins over the course of the season.
Just not today.
Today, it's the other way around. Yeah. No. They're only 2 overs in each, but do they go back to Anderson, or they could just bowl spin?
The thing is, in this format, you can't afford to be not on it. You know, you've got to be consistent. You've only got 4 overs as a bowler anyway, and you're not going to get all 4 if you're not bowling bang on the money.
Remember, Alex Griffiths is another option as well. Could be that 6th option.
Flight delivery, not using her feet, just hitting that one out too long off.
Do you think Griffiths is underused as a sort of medium pace? She often only bowls 1 or 2 overs, but could she bowl 2, 3, even 4 sometimes?
Yeah, I think Griff is actually one of those bowlers. She hasn't got the textbook action. She bowls off the wrong foot. She angles it in, but you know, she is a very successful bowler. Look at her statistics. When she comes on, she tends to take wickets, or she's very economical, and that's a misfield there at mid-on.
Straight through the legs. Was it the Harbour Bridge? Hit hard, clean, but yeah, she's gutted. You can see the body language there.
Good shot there, but that one has raced away for 4. And just Somerset just need a little bit of something here. They need a magic moment from somebody. And these little errors can be costly.
Yeah, indeed.
Shorter delivery there, worked out to cover boundary. Neve Holland picking that one up, just going to come through for a single. Hampshire now moving on to 62 after 7 overs. And we're going to have a change.
So yeah, Somerset are going to get a little bit frustrated. They can't break this partnership. Boucher and Charlie Knott doing pretty well. So need to try and take these wickets. Going to bring Pete Trigo and a bit of a Hampshire voice, bring Helen McCacken in to talk you through her replacement and why Boucher back to well here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. We have a budding media superstar joining us, even though she is wearing the wrong colour kit for the Somerset commentary box. Ella McCacken is joining me today. I'm sure she'll give us some great insight into the opposition we have. Hampshire are currently 62 for no wicket off of 7 overs. And Ellie, you'd have to say, if you were going to put a wish list together of how the first 7 overs would go, you'd probably take 62 without loss, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we'll take that. It's such a good start. We've got a lot of good players on the bench, so to set a good platform like this, yeah, we'll take it.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you know your teammates very well, Boucher and Knott, 35 and 25 respectively now, and it really looked like towards the back end of that power play they were looking to expand the games. You know, from your point of view, their best way of playing, how would you sort of summarise that? What can the fans expect? How are they going to attack the Somerset bowlers, in particular Skelton, the off-spinner here?
I'd say probably they'll both look down the ground to use their feet when she gives it a bit of flight. Oh, that was right on cue. Right on cue.
You got a bright future. You got the old Mystic Meg crystal ball already. That's a good sign. So that's the sort of standard operating procedure, is it? Use the feet, hit straight down the ground.
I'd say so. Yeah, these players, I've had the pleasure of batting with them this season a lot, and yeah, they both look very strong down the ground. And once they get going, they're hard to contain. So Somerset will want to get a wicket here, I reckon.
Again, right on cue. Another beautiful shot there down the ground towards Charlie Dean, who does a tidy bit of fielding there. It did sort of take a bit of spin and ended up being quite a good stop there by Charlie Dean. Skelton just trying to dry it up a little bit. Fielders need to come into play as Somerset going to try and reel in the Hampshire batters at the moment. Skelton going to give a different angle a try from round the wicket. Not on strike. Little sweep shot. She's probably going to pick up 2 for her trouble. Interesting. A lot of the fields you see against spin, they'll often have 2 points in play. Are either of these players capable of playing the reverse sweep that's pretty popular these days?
Yeah, I think definitely, but I think the pitch looks really nice, so I think their first option would be to hit down the ground and then probably towards the end of the innings maybe bring out the reverse sweep. I kind of hope they don't bring it out yet.
You're happy with the way it's going at the moment at 67 without loss. Last ball of the over here from Skelton. Down the ground and over cover. Beautiful use of the bat face, just opening up the blade and popping it over cover for another boundary to finish a good over there for the Hampshire pair. So yourself, Ella, you're obviously in full kit at the moment, in a bit of a rehab phase, I believe, from an injury.
Yeah, picked up a bit of an injury last week, but rehabbing, doing everything I can to get back as quick as possible.
Nothing too serious, I hope. What part of the body have you injured? Your hamstring, okay. Little grade 1, 6 to 10 days,
yeah,
is that?
let's just go with that.
Yeah, let's give that one a go.
He'll be fine. I'm doing everything I can to be back out there. But
Yeah, I'm sure.
These two are doing well anyway.
So change of bowling at the river end. Alex Griffiths coming into the attack has had a good knack over the last few games of taking some crucial wickets, and Somerset certainly need one today.
It's also Notty's last game for us before she goes back to Australia, so we should be wanting to get a few more runs.
Looking to get on that plane with some positive memories of playing here. Have you played much at Taunton, Ella?
No, not really. I played in the 50 over game here, but yeah, not a lot.
Great shot there from Bouchier, I believe. Just slightly short there from Alex Griffiths, and beautifully swatted through mid-wicket.
Bowling from the river end, number 25, Alex Griffiths.
Yeah, this definitely is a partnership blossoming at the moment. Run rate just touching 10 and over. Somerset certainly under a bit of pressure. These two have batted superbly well for their run so far. A diving stop there from Somerset captain Sophie Luff. Palms it round the corner, and the Somerset pair managed to get two. So in terms of the intent these two will show, I mean, do you foresee them getting more aggressive, or just happy with the sort of 9-10s they're going to get at the moment?
I'd say as they go along with their innings, they'll definitely speed up. Notty showed the other day she got 70 odd, and she didn't start too quickly, but then really accelerated and got 75, I think, and that was really crucial in us getting the runs.
Well, I know that the Rose Bowl in limited overs games is a pretty good wicket, but that's why I asked if you played much at Taunton, because this is an absolute belter of a pitch.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad watching because it looks like a very good wicket from up here.
Missed there by Skelton at 45. The Hampshire pair pick up another couple of runs. So how do you think? How would you apply your game plan on a pitch like that? True bounce, nice pace wicket, relatively quick outfield. What would you be looking to do at this stage? Because obviously one of the main skills as a commentator is you become the perfect player. So
okay.
What's your perfect game look like on a pitch like this?
Probably just stick to hitting proper shots. Hitting down the ground, playing every ball on its merit, and then as you go on, try and hit the pockets and run hard, because I think the outfield will be really quick here, so lots of twos, and try and really push the fielders, but I think you can just hold your shape on a pitch like this, because the bounce will be true.
Yeah, that's not a bad game plan, and certainly one that Bouchier and Knott are putting into practice right at the moment. Somerset desperate for a breakthrough. And you have to say, at the moment, it doesn't look like it's coming at the moment. End of Griffiths over, just goes for 9 runs with that boundary off the first ball. So dragged back the over pretty well there. Somerset captain will be putting all of her experience to play, trying to break this partnership, and she's gone for Amanda Jade Wellington at the Trescothick stand end. Played much cricket against Wello?
Yeah, I've faced her a bit because she's been around the England game for
coming
quite a few years, and yeah, she's definitely a tough one to face.
Red Hot Chili Peppers leading the way at the moment, and a change of bowling.
Yeah, she really does try and put a bit of side spin on it, and she's kind of the X-factor bowler, the go-to bowler, along with Charlie Dean for when the captain's in need of a few wickets. It could almost play into the Hampshire hands though, because to put side spin on it, she does give it a bit of air, and feels like this could be one of those overs that's a do or die scenario. 9 overs gone, 80 on the board. Right on cue, it was a do or die. I think she's gonna not get away with it. What a great catch there by Chloe Skelton. That's an excellent catch over her shoulder. It felt like the matchup was right for the Hampshire pair. She's gone for the big shot, hasn't quite timed it. but that took some catching. Always difficult when you're running back over your shoulder, having to turn in. Skelts manages to complete that catch.
Caught by Chloe
Certainly a wicket that was desperately needed by the Somerset team. Good catch that was.
Yeah, I was just about to say she kept mid on up, so she wanted Boosh to do that, to try and go over the top and go against the spin. So yeah, the plan worked. I thought Boosh might have got enough on it, but
It looked a good shot. It looked like it was going to be certainly not enough to get to the boundary, but it looked like it done enough to get two. But Skelts did a brilliant job there at mid-on. It kind of felt like a little bit of playing into the ego, didn't it? We'll leave mid-on up. Do you want to take a risk? The batter's accepted the challenge and it hasn't quite gone her way this time. But that was a wicket that Somerset desperately needed. Freya Kemp, the left-hander, to the crease. Now, what are we expecting to see here, Ella?
well, yeah, very strong batter and a left-hander, so I think that'll be hard for Somerset to set fields to, but hoping she just plays her game, hits the ball very hard. Yeah, very good player.
Yeah, I saw her get quite a few runs actually last time. It would be the Vipers were here against Western Storm. She looked a good player that day. Somerset have got a little bit of a window of opportunity there to try and pick up a couple, but Freya Kemp starting in very confident fashion, clipping that one through mid-wicket. Not afraid to use her feet, first ball.
Yeah, and against Wello, the ball will be turning into her, so I think not a very high-risk option, that, which is good.
The one thing you've got to watch out for the leg spinners, though, is if they slide in the old googly, you've got to be able to pick that one. Beautiful shot through the leg side, sweep shot, and that's going to race across the Taunton boundary for 4. Charlie Knott in what we've just heard, her last game for Hampshire before she goes back home, and she's certainly leaving the Hampshire fans and staff with some fond memories. 39 now, 85 for 1. Down the ground, over cover, shot of high quality there by Knott, races into the Somerset stand for another boundary. It's often the way, isn't it, when you lose a partner, you have a little bit of a consolidation phase while the other person gets in. Not really thinking that way, is she?
Well, she's faced Wello a lot because obviously they're both from Australia, so I think she'll have a really strong game plan to her, and it looks like she's going to take her on, which is nice.
Yeah, taking down one of the BBL superstars. I think Amanda Jade was put in BBL Team of the Decade earlier this year. So obviously no respect being shown. Tossed up by Wellington and well fielded. That closes out her over. She's gone for 9 runs, but she's picked up that crucial wicket of Maya Bouchier. So a good over all in all. Gives Somerset a little bit of a chance of bowling at one end, but Freya Kemp's no mean feat. Charlie Dean is going to replace Alex Griffiths at the river end, bowling an off spin, so turning the ball away against the new batter.
Team of experienced specialists from multidisciplinary
Thanks to Corius, our match day sponsors. Hope you're enjoying your
much further than the
day out in the sunshine.
Off the shelf.
I mean, that's one of the bad things about getting injured. Obviously, you miss the games, but in particular, when you've got a phase of really nice weather, you don't mind so much an injury if it's drizzly and cold. But missing out on the sunshine is a massive shame, isn't it?
I know, it's such a nice day. It's slightly hot, but we'll take it.
A real big space at 45 for Freya Kemp. If she just played a little paddle sweep, will she go to that option early? Who knows? Charlie Dean is generally quite an up-pace spinner. She bowls quite flat, quite quick. I think she wants batters to try and sit back and cut. She gets a lot of people bowled through the gate with that darty off spin that she bowls.
I think Freya, she's strong down the ground as well, so I think she'll look to target that area too. But she has got both long on and long off out, so it'll be interesting to see what she does.
Feels like the little dab sweep shot would be a nice calculated option, but Kemp just happy to pop that one down the ground for one.
And she'll know that Notty's in and batting really well and at a good tempo, so she can hopefully take a few balls to get herself in.
As a team, do you talk about those kind of tactics when someone's flying at the other end? Your job at the non-strikers end is just to get the player playing well back on strike as quickly as possible?
I think it depends, really. I think it depends on the situation of the game, but I think still 10 overs left here, so yeah, we would speak about that.
All down the ground, a chance and a catch. What a shame there, not trying to go big. Doesn't quite get enough of it, and Wellington completes the catch at long on, and exactly what Somerset needed. Two players are going to be fresh to the crease. 90 for 2 now. Two star spinners for Somerset doing their job, picking up wickets. It's a shame that.
It's a shame. She was going really well. Looked good.
Caught off the bowling
we've
of
still got
Charlie
Georgia
Dean
Adams to come in. He's another strong
43,
player.
the
So
incoming batter
hopefully these two
for
can build a
Hampshire.
partnership.
Number 1, Georgia Adams.
It looked like the way she came down the wicket that she was trying to get that bit squarer into that pocket where the stairway is there. Just maybe she's got a little bit of a leading edge on it and popped it down long on's throat. Yeah, it's a big shame that, but she played nicely for her 39, 43 even.
Yeah, definitely got us off to a good start.
Adams on strike.
Big thank you to our principal women's
Daughter of
vitality
Sussex
class
and England
partners,
batsman Chris Adams. So certainly batting running in the family.
Her younger sister's coming through as well. So
really,
yeah, really runs in the family.
That makes me think that Chris has been throwing a lot of balls in the back garden.
Yeah, I bet he has.
Back good overs there, successful ones for Somerset, desperately needed. 90 for 2 off 11 overs. Hampshire would be eyeing up something in the region of, what do we think, Ella?
On a pitch like this, I mean, 160, 170 would be ideal, but you never know.
Yeah, a decent partnership. You could definitely look at the 170, 180, but I think a minimum par score here at Taunton is probably in the 160 range, I'd have said, and Hampshire certainly on pathway to get there. Skelton into the attack. Wellington has done her job, and captain's going to save a couple of overs for her later on. Skelton's bowled nicely so far. She's gone for 17 off her 2.1 overs so far. Freya Kemp just dabbing into the offside. Picking up the single. I think that's the important thing at this stage of the game, isn't it? Is just minimising dot balls, getting, as you say, playing strong shots, bat on ball. You're going to pick up the occasional boundary, but as long as you're not chewing up dot deliveries.
Definitely. Yeah, this period's quite crucial in that. I think we always pride ourselves on most of our games this season we've scored more twos than the other team, and I think little things like that definitely make a difference at the end.
Is that kind of a team ethos to really push the fielders, the outfielders, put them under pressure?
Yeah, definitely. Especially in T20. When games go down to the wire now, that they make a difference, definitely.
Oh, absolutely. So many T20 games end up being won and lost by 5, 10, 15 runs, and if you can turn a couple of ones into twos, that's normally the amount it takes to win, as Adams looks to hit over the top but doesn't quite get enough of that, and luckily, because it's dropped short of Fran Wilson there at long on.
I thought that was out.
Yeah, it did have a hint of out about it. Looks like she's trying to go over mid-off and just dragged it slightly. Fortunately hit the toe of the bat. I think Somerset would be quite happy with two batters that are looking to hit down the ground, though. I mean, the batters that play the occasional hard sweep shot as well, they're the batters that are really difficult to bowl at here at Taunton.
I do think, though, if these two get going, they do hit it hard and they hit the gaps really well. So
Another good over there by Skelton, just going for 3 runs. 0 for 20 off of her 3 overs so far, so good bit of work from the Somerset off spinner. A slight change of personnel behind the stumps. Jess Hazel has got the gloves today. Molly Robinson back into the attack from the river end. Captain keeping some overs up her sleeve. Charlie Dean and Wellington are pretty key bowlers, so good ploy just to save them a few overs.
River end, number 14, Molly Robbins.
Captain's left a big space at mid-wicket. And right on cue. See, we both got the crystal ball, haven't we?
we do. If I say Freya Kemp's going to hit a massive 6 now, I think it'll work.
You think he's on? Yeah, I think there's a little bit of time before the old touch paper gets lit. Nearly 8 overs left, so plenty of time to get yourself going.
Yeah, especially on a pitch like this, you know, at the back end you can really cash in.
Just sliding that one down the leg side, stopped by the wicket keeper. It's going to be a wide. So part of the team plan being pushing the outfielders for twos. Is that something that you back up as a team in terms of the training you do? You do lots of shuttle running and all that kind of stuff to make sure you're in and out the crease quickly?
Yeah, I'd say, well, in the winter a lot, but I think because the games come thick and fast now, probably less so in this period, but we're all quite quick between the wickets, so I think that helps.
Well, when you're back from your niggle at the moment, you'll have to make sure you communicate with the batter at the other end just to take it steady. You don't want to be pushing that hamstring too much. Adams on strike, 1 off her first 3 balls. Powerful ball striker. Sure she'll be looking to cut loose pretty soon. Shot down the ground to long off. Been a good job the last 5 overs by Somerset. A couple of wickets, and that run rate has dipped from touching 10 and over now at 7.7. So Somerset are very much scrapping. Their 2020 season hasn't gone the way that they would have liked it, but good to show they're putting up some fight. As Robinson goes full and outside off stump, and Freya Kemp plays a glorious cover drive for 4.
Yeah, I think Somerset have definitely shifted the momentum slightly in this last couple of overs, but in T20 it can change so quickly that if they keep playing shots like that, it's a good sign for Hampshire.
Yeah, That's the sort of ball you dream of as a left-hander. Outside off stump, half volley. She's executed that shot beautifully along the carpet all the way for 4. Another brilliant shot down the ground, splitting the 2 fielders through the eye of a needle. Another 4 back-to-back boundaries. Disappointing end to that Robbins over. And that little bit of momentum shifted back towards Hampshire now as they pass the 100 mark. 102 now. 2 with 7 overs remaining. 7 overs, 9s, 165, somewhere around there. Good score.
Yeah.
You'd be confident in the girls defending that sort of number.
Around the ground on the big screen.
Maybe we could try and push 10s, but who knows?
Change of bowling from the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end.
I think, yeah, ideally 170.
Amanda Jade Wellington.
Wellington back into the attack. Tossed up leading edge. George Adam gets away with that this time and picks up a single. So is this your first time in a commentary box, Ella?
It is.
Is it going to be the last, or?
I don't know, it's quite nice. Can't say I'm very comfortable, but it's okay, good view.
No, I've tried. I've tried to make you feel comfortable.
No, it's not you.
You're doing a grand job. You're doing a very, very good job. Wellington just fiddling with the field, just getting that mid off a little bit straighter. Down the ground. What a shot that is. Again, splits the field and races away to the Marcus Trescothic stand for 4. That's a very high quality shot. And exactly like you said, that's her A game.
Yeah. I think she just hits it so hard that when she hits it in the gap, it's impossible to defend, really. So we're happy if she keeps doing that.
Yeah, she's really turned on the old afterburners those last few balls. Another short wide ball through the gap 4. Poor bowling by Wellington. It's been a little bit of a trend this innings. Back-to-back boundaries have happened a number of times already. Hampshire have wrestled the momentum back. They're on 111. Thank you, Ella. It's been an absolute pleasure. We hope you come back soon. And you can commentate next time with either Nicole and Harry. It might not be so scary. Hi, Nicole.
Hey, okay. Are you saying I'm scary or you are?
I'm potentially scary. It's a tattoo, see?
Yeah, obviously. I don't have any.
Look like a biker. Another nice shot by Freya Kemp down the ground. She's a clean striker of the ball, Nicole.
Yeah, both experienced batters, Kemp and Adams. And we've obviously seen Bush and Knott, who have done a real good job for Hampshire in starting this 116 for 2 off only 13 overs. For me, the early doors, they looked a little bit like they weren't timing it particularly well, but they're still just milking it quite easy, low risk.
Yeah, I think here at Taunton, there's real value for giving yourself an extra few balls, not panicking, because it's such a good pitch. When you do find your timing, as we've seen a number of times, back-to-back boundaries happen a lot here at Taunton. When you just find your feet, we always, I think the phrase, invest in your innings early. Just do a little bit of graft, and then when you get into your flow, there's plenty of runs on offer here. Ends the over, an expensive one from Wellington, who's gone for 30 off her 3. She has picked up that wicket. A few loose deliveries and a few good shots in there as
Yeah, it's been a little bit of the story, hasn't it? Ellie Anderson, she had that second over. She just bowled a couple of short deliveries, a couple of wides, and you just can't really afford to do that. The small margins. Batters like this, they're going to maximise on that. We're going to see a change of bowling at the river end.
Alex Griffiths.
Alex Griffiths is going to come on.
Yeah, there's not really much in it for medium-paced bowlers to bowl short. I mean, we probably had on a show the last game against Durham one of the quicker bowlers in women's cricket, Lauren Filer here, and every time she bowled short, it seemed to disappear to the boundary. So a real high tariff on hitting the top of the stumps, knee roll area. Wide ball from Griffiths, and Freya Kemp is motoring along here at Taunton. Another boundary. She's gone from being under a runner ball to striking quite a high rate now.
Yeah, just a little bit full there from Griff.
Very much looked like a loosener, that one. Just floated outside of off stump, and Freya Kemp in this form is not missing out on that. Another beautiful square drive, and double the effect. It's gone across the square, which pretty much spans the width of the ground here at Taunton. It's absolutely lightning fast.
Just one straight down the ground there. Yeah, it's going to be hard work, and I think it's going to be interesting. I was talking a little bit earlier about the batting order. Obviously, Monday's come out, Hazel's come in. Monday was opening the batting. What are they going to do with that lineup? We talked a little bit earlier about possibly, you know, splitting up Wilson and Luff just to get a little bit of a different dynamic in that middle order. So it will be interesting. Will they just bump Neve up and everyone go up one? No one's edged.
Robbins in chase. I think she's going to catch up with it. Yeah, good job there by Molly Robbins, just reeling that one in. Absolutely going to pick up 3, but a good save there by the opening bowler. Not the intended shot, but Adams won't mind too much about that. Yeah, I do think that. I think this is kind of one of those pivotal moments for the Somerset season, really, in terms of the way that I've seen a number of innings go. Good starts, good finishes, but the middle period where it just goes very stale, and whether it be too cautious or potentially the you could change that by an influence, a different combination of batters. Yeah, it's you know, there's no necessarily right or wrong, but sometimes you kind of, it's very difficult as a team to keep momentum going when you have two batters that their sort of modus operandi is to play a number of balls and give themselves time, because all of a sudden 5 overs just disappears too quickly, and that's 25% of the overs of your innings. And you know, I think also if batters at the end are showing good form, which Griffiths and Wellington have, they've consistently scored at a high rate and a decent volume of runs as well. Sometimes I think you just got to take a punt and give them the opportunity to bat a little bit longer. And you know, if Griffiths and Wellington can show their form and do that for 10 overs instead of 3 or 4 overs, maybe that might just change the momentum for Somerset a little bit. And I suppose we'll see if that decision is being made. End of the over.
From Wells Way School, welcome. I'm here with Belle and
Dan's in the.
You guys play cricket?
Yeah.
Now we've got a batter and the bowler here, but Belle, I understand you've got a bit of an injury at the moment.
Yeah, I've got a damaged ligament in my arm, so I'll be out for like 2 or 3 weeks.
And not good timing, because you guys have got a massive game coming up next week, I believe. Are you in a final?
You're in the Somerset finals.
Awesome. Well, good luck. Well, before we let you go and we get the game back underway, we'll do a quick Cinetech selfie.
So we can get them up on the screen.
A very cheesy grin Dan did there on his Cinetech selfie. I can't wait to see that in real time. We might have to emoji him out. Skelton into the attack. Kemp goes for the sweep. She's going to pick up another couple. Ella did mention that was very much part of the team plan to run hard, and makes sense when you play at the Rose Bowl. Big surface area, lots of twos out there. Not as many twos available here at Somerset, but certainly like the intent to push the outfielders hard.
Yeah, and we saw that with Durham. Their running between the wickets was probably a little bit better than Somerset, and their communication, they were always saying, you know, is there two pretty much straight as they took off for that first run, communicating well with their partner, looking to push on.
I mean, I think, you know, remembering what it was like to boundary ride myself, as soon as if you heard the batter when they cross shouting push two, or words to those effect, just puts you under the pump a little bit when you're running towards that ball at full tilt. Just puts your skills under the pump a little bit, and amazing the amount of fumbles and mistakes you can create by just keeping the intensity nice and high. It is only a 20 over game, so there's no reason why players shouldn't be doing that. As a loose delivery swatted through mid-wicket, Niamh Holland does a great job there on the boundary.
She's been fielding so well since coming back. I said about it to Harry, she's very quick out on that boundary, and she releases the ball very quickly as well. So if they're ever thinking, you know, is there a 2 here or 3 here, she's already sort of let go of that ball.
Yeah, get the ball in the air as quickly as possible. Hampshire 130 for 2, 4.5 overs to go. So certainly will be eyeing up 160 plus here. Yeah, I think that is the contrast, isn't it? I think Georgia Adams is a little bit laboured at the moment, you know, 8 off 12 balls. I think she really needs to find her feet and find them quickly as she sweeps out to Charlie Dean, a deep square leg. But Freya Kemp has certainly kept that momentum up. She's 33 off just 22 balls so far. Run rate at 8.3 runs and over.
Have we seen any reverse sweeps when I had a little minute?
Not one. Very unusual, isn't it? I think they've the field has been set to suggest that a sweep's very much on. It's open at the moment, but the Hampshire players are very keen to hit straight. Nice piece of fielding there by Wello and Dean, combining together. Another 2 runs.
Keep sending in your Cinetech.
Yeah, I think Kemp is known she can reverse sweep, but she hasn't done it yet today. She's been hitting well down the ground.
Social media, and
the last we've yet to see that from her. Just like that. I'm just going to swap seats as Pete's going to have a rest and Charlie's going to jump back in. Harry, apologies.
Call me Charlie. No Charlie Taylor today.
I was actually thinking Charlie Dean's now coming on to bowl, so apologies.
I'll come on and bowl if you like.
Harry's not bowling, just to say, guys. Going to be a change of bowling from the River End. We're going to see Charlie Dean coming back here. Alex Griffiths coming off there for a moment. Dean so far, 2 overs, 1 for 10. Pretty good figures from her. Skelton finished her 4 overs, 0 for 28. As Dean is just adjusting her field at the moment.
Yeah, 0 for 28, not a bad effort. Take that. Dean scuff sweep down the leg side. It's hot out there. And they're both batters with long sleeves as well, surprising to see. Many fielders want to field with long sleeves because, you know, the graze on your arms, diving on hard pitches. But when it's this hot, you'd have thought you'd have short sleeves.
Pickup. Yeah, no, there's a few short sleeves, but not many.
Very warm out there. 30 degrees on the mercury. We're all right up here though, Jack. Don't worry.
Lovely bit of aircon. Got my jacket on.
Right, all up on the offside other than long off. So the packed covers. Dean's just scuffed in there. Could they push one this stage? Not quite worth
she
it.
likes to use her feet. Probably 1 in 3 balls she's using her feet, and she does look to reverse. So far we haven't seen a reverse in this innings, but I think that's probably why they've got that short third.
Shot. That is a lovely
Use of the feet
shot
there, and she's just come down, hit that straight in front of the Ian Botham stand. Brilliant shot there from Freya Kemp. Dean just slightly forward. As soon as she's seen it going up, Kemp's moving her feet down the track. Brilliant piece of cricket there.
So you've told me that not sweeps 1 out of 4 balls. You reckon Kemp runs down the wicket every 1 in 3 balls. Where you got these fraction stats from today? You've been doing some serious maths in your prep for today's game.
There's some serious thought behind it. Obviously, I have also, before, obviously, as a player, we saw a lot of the statistics that had those sort of things. That's caught by Fran Wilson. Mid off, long off there. Just didn't quite get enough of that one. Adams, she looked a little bit, just struggled for timing there today, which wasn't like her, as Dean takes her second wicket.
Yep, Charlie Knott caught by Wellington at long on. Fran Wilson now taking the catch at long off for Dean's second wicket. Good pair of hands, safe, solid underneath that.
Yeah, unlike Adams, you know, she just didn't really get in there today.
10 off 15 is not a great innings, is it? Batting 4 on a T20 on a rock-hard pitch in hot conditions. Yeah, you're right. That's,
she didn't look herself, you know.
You can't call it a game loser, but 15 balls for 10 is a bit of a stinker in T20 cricket.
I wouldn't go that far, but she wasn't herself, you know. She didn't look to time the ball as she usually does, and it was unlike her. And Kemp was obviously up the other end, she's scoring well, scoring fast, but just struggled a little bit for her timing there, Adams, which is unlike her. You know, she's very experienced and a great batter normally, but she did struggle. Southby's going to come out to the wicket to join Kemp, who is on 40 off 26 balls. You know, maybe Adams isn't quite feeling herself. She didn't quite look herself out there in honesty. So Dean's coming in. Shorter delivery, caught and bowled. And that one, Southby gone, first ball. Short delivery, and she's hit it straight back to Charlie Dean, who takes her third wicket now. 3 for 16.
Charlie Dean on a hat-trick. And there's the quack sound effects. Rihanna Southby, the 24-year-old wicket-keeper, will not be happy with that.
Just watching the replay there. Dean has actually dropped that one quite short.
A bit quicker though, wasn't it?
Southby's just a regulation catch, it straight back to Dean. Catch in practice there, really.
For Hampshire, number 12, Abby Norgrove.
So Rihanna Southby had 10 against Surrey. She had 29 against Warwickshire. Didn't bat against Durham or Essex, and had 6 back at the Oval against Surrey. The first of the two T20s they played against Surrey this year. So she's not been terrible, Nick, but first ball, just that quicker, flatter one, harder for her to get away. And suddenly I reckon Somerset are on top here. If you were Sophie Luff, Nick, what would you take in this innings? Would you be happy with 170?
Well, I'll be honest, there's 3 overs left, so you're looking 18 deliveries. If you can keep them 21. 160 would do very well at this point.
But what happens about, what if you took it pre-match? If you'd said before this inning started?
I'd still say that I don't want to be chasing more than 160. You look at previous matches.
Yeah.
They've been at 130.
But I guess it's so much harder and drier today.
132. Yeah, but Sunday it was boiling hot.
Yeah.
You know, it was a great deck out there on Sunday, and so they've been around the 130, early 130 marks. So you're looking at another 20 odd runs at least. I don't think they want to be chasing any more than that. With their previous, you know, they have got one change to their batting order, Monday going out. So it might be that 170 is doable if they change that order up a little bit.
Yeah.
But going on previous results, they've been around the 130 par. And so 160, 170 is going to be a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, good fielding that from Wello. Should be a run out. Should be an easy run out. Miles out. You run to a misfield at your peril. She's sort of fumbled it for her own bowling, but a yard away. That's poor running for me from Hampshire. Hampshire, a little mini collapse here. Georgia Adams went nowhere, 10 off 15. Rihanna Southby, 0 off 1. And now the run out. That's 3 wickets in no time at all. And that's just poor cricket from Hampshire.
Andy Miles saying it's like buses, and there's another wicket gone.
Abby Norgrove run out by Amanda Jade Wellington for 1, the incoming batter for Hampshire. Number 9, Mary Taylor.
She managed to get 1 run off 1 ball. But, what's that, 3 for 1? 3 for 1 off a few balls? That's no way to lose your middle order. Hampshire struggling
Strange
a bit now.
call that, Mike. I think it was a panic, almost in the panic button.
So 139 for 3, and suddenly it's 141 for 5.
You asked me earlier where I get those stats from. So yeah, as I was saying, as a player, you get those sort of things sent to you, the wagon wheels, what are people's variations, what are people's, you know, go-to shots, you know, what sort of pace they bowl, you know, are they averaging 63 mile an hour with you know, a slower ball, knuckle ball as their variation. And the same with batters, you get sent, you know, if they like to reverse sweep or they're 1 in 3, you know, they're hitting straight down the ground using their feet. So as a player, you do get given quite helpful information. I like to go away and have a look at it myself and watch some videos of players.
Yeah.
So I knew my game plan, was it to hit their knee roll, you know, was it to fire it in at the ankle and their legs, and what field I'd be setting. So that's a little bit where those sort of things come from.
That's high in the air. It could be a catch along on, or it could carry the rope right in the balance there. Chloe Skelton is one of the shortest players in the Somerset ladies team. And if she was Craig Overton, that's probably a catch. But to be honest, the Somerset ladies team are not particularly tall. Molly Robbins a little bit taller. Skelton's a good fielder, but that's gone a foot over the rope. Now, Freya Kemp has just got away with it. She's got 6 for it, but look how close that is on the replay. It's landed 1.5 foot over the rope.
It would have been an absolute screamer if she palmed that one back in.
Charlie Dean did the right thing, getting across to try and help her, but neither of them could have reached that. Wellington's unlucky there. Could be 2. No, they're not going to push 2 here. Just take the 1.
Kemp so far has batted really well for Hampshire. She now moving on to
upgrade
48
to a Somerset Women's
of 30
membership
deliveries.
today. Somerset Women's membership allows you to
Mary
attend
Taylor, the
all
new
home
bat, the right arm
standalone
seamer.
matches in
She had
the
2 for
Women's
19
Vitality
on Tuesday.
and all
Had
home
31
group
not out with the
stage
bat against
matches
Birmingham.
in the Women's Metrobank
That
One
was
Day
15th
Cup.
of June. She's got a little bit to do in these last couple of overs. So 149, you'd say.
8 off that over, was it?
Yeah, it's okay for Hampshire, but they're doing so much better. Without a little collapse, they could have got 170 now. They did pretty well to take 10 and over for the next 2.
2 overs. I think if Kemp has most of the strike
Yeah.
and continues in the mode she's going at, it could happen.
We've went for the
It's
hat-trick ball
difficult
first, though,
for
don't
Mary
forget.
Taylor, though, to come
Yeah.
in, you know, in this situation.
Kemp's not even going to think about the hat-trick ball here, is she? 2 overs to
Probably
go.
not. She's going to go
Left-hand on
straight
48.
over her head, I think.
Okay, running down the wicket. There you go. Straight over her head or bump ball straight to her head?
Bump ball.
You're not with the crowd
The
clapping.
crowd got a little bit excited there.
They
didn't
did.
They?
It is a hot day out there. They're allowed to
The
lose
sun's
concentration.
got a little bit to their heads. But I
Right.
did call it. She was coming down, going straight over.
1 for 40, Wellington finish with off her 4. Dean even more miserly. Who's a better T20 bowler for you, Wellington or Dean?
A difficult question, that, Harry.
Full
Bit
of
of a
them.
controversial. For me, I like Dean is consistent in terms of probably more consistent in lines and lengths, I
Yep.
would say. Wello, she likes to give it a bit of flight, particularly this year. She's given it a little bit more flight, but that is a tricky question. I'm not going to get caught in that little trap. As Mary Taylor just works that into the leg side for a quick single.
I just thought it was an interesting one because they're so different. The legsman to the offie. They both can bat. They're both batting in the middle order between 5 and 7 for Somerset today. Both good fielders. Crucial cogs in this Somerset ladies team.
Kemp down the track. Quick single there, and she is going to get her 50. Looking for a second. That's 50 for Freya Kemp.
The half century for Freya Kemp.
33 deliveries for that 50. Really well batted. A fine innings from her so far in the 152 for 5 for Hampshire. And 50 of those runs coming from herself of only 33 deliveries. And we have got 8 balls remaining in this innings.
3 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Long off as well.
6 fours and 1 6 in her innings, Freya Kemp. Striking at 151.
That's out as well. Another run out. Hampshire could have been caught by Sophie Luff. Didn't quite carry that one bounce just in front of her. An easy throw from Luff to Dean. No problem. She whips the bails off. And that's just sloppy running from Hampshire. You've either got to go straight away and fully sprint commit or maybe even dive, or just maybe turn it down. I guess they want to take on a few risks, but that has gone straight to the fielder. Sophie Luff with a nice one bounce throw. Dean does the rest.
I think for me, Taylor there, she hasn't gone from the off a little bit quick to get off that out the blocks. It probably was a single, but she's not out the blocks quick enough.
Yeah, exactly what I said. She didn't commit. She just thought about it for too long, hesitated, and then still went for it. If you're hesitating, you're probably not running there.
Dean in there, Kemp up and over, Has she beaten Fran Wilson? Yes, she has. Brilliant shot in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. That's her second 6 of this innings. And what a fantastic shot that is.
Yeah, she knows how big the boundaries are because her 2 6s have both been no yardage wasted. They've both been less than a yard over the boundary. That had Fran Wilson in the game all the way until the very last moment. She did well on the boundary actually to know where the rope was. She just couldn't get there. Just enough on it both times. 2 6s from impressive innings now from Freya Kemp.
Dean finishing up her bowling 4 overs, 3 for 25. Wellington finished hers 4 overs, 1 for 40. A little bit expensive there from her than normal. And we are going to see Alex Griffiths coming for the final over of the innings. She's just changing her field up. Naomi Tatani in here, another very good batter. Coming in quite late, if I'm honest, because she can strike. You know, she can hit the ball clean and she can hit a long ball. Seen her in the KSL days. You know, she was around with Western Storm at times. Griff just sliding that one onto the pads, coming through for a leg by. Hampshire now 159 with 5 deliveries left in this innings.
Yeah, well, I suppose you could say Wellington bats quite low. Maybe Tatani similar in that finishing role at number 8. Where can they get to here, Hampshire? Another lovely shot down the ground. Long on's not going to stop that one. In between long off and long on. Wellington and Dean, 2 of the best fielders.
I've absolutely loved Kemp's innings so far. She's hit straight so well. Powerful and straight. It's a low risk shot if you hit straight over that umpire. Full delivery there, and Kemp's hit that one straight here. Wellington picking that one up. Should just get a single. That's looking for a 2. Can't quite get there. Good piece of fielding from Somerset. Be interesting, maybe Georgia Adams does have a little injury or a niggle because, like I said, she didn't quite look herself today.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that innings, especially how well Kemp's played. Bell's next in, she's ready, warming up with the med ball. That could be straight to Wello. No, she's going to pick it up. Could be another run out. Could there be 3 run outs? Probably need a direct hit.
Yeah, needed that one. Couldn't quite get that straight enough, that throw.
Still reckon 170's on it. Last 2 balls. Can they get 5 off them? Only 4 extras. Been a pretty professional bowling display from Somerset. Some good batting. Got to credit Kemp particularly. They should get 2 here. They've got to push. Surely they push for 2. Neve Holland's a good fielder, but can't stop 2 there. Great running. All Tatani's really got to do is just run. Last ball. What can she?
170, I said.
So did I. We're both saying the same things here.
I said it's going to be 170.
So Lauren Bell can take her pads off and get ready to come in and bowl in a minute. She will not be needed. Neither will Daisy Gibb.
Andy Miles is watching cricket and listening to Greek music. It's the weather. And somebody else saying they'd like Kemp to finish off with a 6.
Well, she's not. Oh, she's hit non-strike. You know what? That might have got my bonus run there. If that didn't hit the non-striker, that might have gone straight to long on for 1, but they've actually come back for 2. Either way, they'd have tried 2. So not the end of the world. Griffiths will take 2 doubles off the last 2 balls. And it's not quite 170.
Hampshire finishing 169. Freya Kemp, fantastic innings, 65 from 38 deliveries. Naomi Tatani finishing up on 1 not out. But what a brilliant innings there from Freya Kemp. Stylish, aggressive.
Unbeaten on 65.
Unbeaten on 65.
High catch competition.
Looking at the bowling figures there, I think pick of the bowlers for me, Harry. I don't know what you think, but I think Charlie Dean bowled well.
Got to be Charlie Dean. Definitely. Alison only bowled 2 today. Unusual that she only bowls 2 overs. 2 going for 24. Made Sophie Love have to go elsewhere a little bit. Griffiths bowled 3, which is more than she often bowls.
Yeah,
Molly
Wellington
Robinson
are a bit
3.
more expensive than normal. 4 overs, 1 for 40, going at 10s, and Ellie Anderson going at those 12s, so she only bowled 2.
The only wicket takers being Dean and Wellington, but yeah, shout out for Molly Robinson bowl, particularly in the first 2 overs, I thought. And Griffiths did a job at the death. Well, we'll have a look at a bit of action on the outfield here. We'll give you a bit of an 8-minute break from us two wittering on, and we'll give you our activation on the outfield. We'll leave you with that.
Okay, it's high catch time now, and I've got 2 willing victims, participants for this one. I've got Robin on my right and Myla on my left. Now, before we do the high catch, Myla, you're part of Wellsway School. Big final coming up here on Monday. Tell us a little bit about it. It's the Chance to Shine softball final. Are you looking forward to it?
Yes, very excited. I feel like it's going to be very hard though.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but you'll be out here on this pitch. That's quite exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, very excited.
Excellent. Excellent. So, Robin, they're both all-rounders, by the way. You're an all-rounder, Robin. Tell us, are you looking forward to this one? You should have good hands as an all-rounder.
Yeah, I'm quite confident.
Okay, well, she's confident. She's confident. Robin, you're going to go first. There's 2 chances to win here, 2 high catches each. If they win, it's 5 tickets for Somerset versus Birmingham Bears on July the 11th. So, Robin, you get first go. Let's see if Robin can do it. Here comes her first high catch for 5 tickets. Oh, it's high. It is high. Robin's underneath it. Oh, it's close. But not this time. Myla, you're up next. Myla's going to be underneath this one as it gets fired into the air. Remember, 5 tickets up for grabs. Here we go. Myla, she's underneath it. She's got it! First time, Myla has secured her ticket. Somerset versus Birmingham Bears on July the 11th. Can Robin join her? It's her second attempt. Up it goes. Safe hands, no mistake. They've both won those tickets to Somerset versus Birmingham Bears. I'll give those to you now. Well done to you both, and good luck on Monday. The high.
please welcome back to the field your two umpires, Anthony Harris and Surendran Shanmugam. Thank you to our scorers for this match, Polly Rhodes and Chris Drew. A big welcome back to the field to our visiting side, led out by captain Georgia Adams, Hampshire. And your two opening batters, sponsored by Glastonbury Abbey, Bex Odgers, and sponsored by Sports Rooms, Neve Holland. They are walking out to the track chosen by you. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Can't Stop.
Welcome back after that short break, and Hampshire are out in the field ready to go as the Somerset batters come out.
Opening the bowling from the
river end.
Daisy Gibbs. A reminder
You're going
that
to see
the
Daisy
first
Gibbs
6
coming
overs
in.
will be the power play.
And opening the batting for Somerset, we are going to see Rebecca Odgers, joined out at the crease by Neve Holland. To change, a little bit of a change there for Somerset, as obviously we've had Monday and Odgers combination for a few games. Now we're going to see Holland and Odgers, see how they go at the top of the order today, chasing down that total 170 to win. Could that be a few too many? Let's see if Somerset get off to a flyer and what the order's going to look like today.
Yeah, it's interesting because Emily Monday was meant to be the big hitting opener. Neve Holland's more of a technically correct all-round. They'll hit the ball around. Bex Odgers is an opening bat. There's been a bit of change. We'll see what they can do here. First ball, edgy cut. Probably should be a single there, yeah. Neve sees that ball go far enough away from the short third. Fielder's dive. That's Mary Taylor at short third. Easy single, so Neve Holland can face the second ball. Odgers off the mark straight away.
Bizarre bit of fielding there.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly athletic looking, wasn't it? It wasn't. It was almost like she wasn't ready for it.
I don't think she was, that's what I thought.
It's almost like she was surprised to have it come to her first ball.
Yeah, not sure she was actually ready for that one, as you say, Harry. Gibb in here. She averages around 63 mile an hour, I think. That's a good piece of fielding in that extra cover. That one's 63.4 mile an hour.
Is that from your notes you were given when you were playing against her, you remember?
Yeah, see, I do my research, Harry.
You do? Sometimes?
No, I do. I actually get a lot of stick. You give me a lot of stick, actually, on how much research I do. I remember my BBC games, you always give me a stick on the amount of notes I have, so does Kevin Howes. But I do like to make notes. I quite like to write it down in my book.
So do
I'm
I,
a bit old-fashioned.
No, I've got my notes. I have my diary notes. I have my scorecard notes. And I sometimes put stuff on my phone.
I've got to be honest, I'm not a scorecard note person because I think I get a little bit. I quite like the MB Play or, you know, ESPN. I do like for the scorecard.
Yeah, but it's not up to date anymore. Quick Info don't do live scoring anymore. Which is a bit of a shame.
Well, that is a shame, isn't it? Neve Holland joining Bex Odgers at the crease, and Odgers is on one so far. So that one's worked out to square leg on the boundary.
One fielder back at deep square leg, another fielder back at deep fine leg. Daisy Gibb happy to bowl quite straight at these two, bring the stumps into play. LBW as well, no slip in play, still just a short third. Lovely, good looking shot for no run. Decent start from Hampshire. Holland yet to get off the mark. Leg by into leg side.
Yeah, for me here, Somerset need to kick on fairly early. 170 is going to be a big ask. They've been looking around the 130 mark so far. So I just think they need to crack on a little.
Oh no, Bex Hodges has been sold down the river here.
That's
Neve
awful.
called it, Bex didn't run. She was then too nice, could have just stood her ground. That is not a good look. Neve Holland hit it straight to mid-off. She wanted to run, Bex Hodges didn't.
See the replay. Hodges, I don't think she actually was ever looking for a run there, I'll be honest. Just a little bit sort of casual at the backing up. I don't know what she was thinking. It was almost like she thought it was going to be hitting the stumps where it was nowhere near coming back that straight. It was going a long way to the left-hand side of the bowler, so I don't know why she was almost ambling and walking back.
So you think that's definitely a run there? You think Neve was
For
right
me,
to call it?
I mean, it would have been a close one, yes, but for me, Bex Hodges is at no point in that, if you see. She's not backing up. She's ambling. You can't be ambling in this cricket. You've got to be looking to run every ball. Even if there isn't a run and you run back, you're on it. For me, she was ambling.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get another replay of that to work out. Neve's gone fairly quickly. Obviously, we can't hear the call. We don't know what they're saying.
Straight
Neve's
away.
a yard down the wicket, don't forget. She has gone straight away. Bex Hodges has gone back.
Because Neve's in the danger end there, really, you know. But Hodges, for me, she's ambling. She's not looking for a run there.
Yeah, mid-off was quite tight. Mid-off attacked it well. Good piece of fielding and knew to throw it safely to the keeper's end.
Yeah, no.
An easy knock-off. Well, there was talk about who might bat 3. Might they change up the order? We see Lauren Bell come in to bowl. Fran Wilson at 3. So Fran Wilson at 3. We talked last match about where Wilson, Luff and now Jess Hazel would come into the equation. Would they change this middle order up a little bit? So Fran Wilson at 3. But Holland's obviously on the strike after that single that actually wasn't a single, last ball of the over.
But my point being there for me, had Hodges been backing up, there probably was an easy run. Neve's going really to the danger end. She's running straight there to mid-off, who's pretty much on top of her. And she was way in.
Yeah.
Because she's gone early and quick. Hodges is...
It helped that Neve was another step or two down because she ran down the wicket. She was already 2
But
yards
if Hodges was backing up 1 or 2 steps, it would have been an easy single.
Hodges went back, didn't she? She went back.
She was ambling and not ready to run. It's the top and bottom. For some reason, like I said, she went back almost like she thought it was going to hit the stumps, but it was way to the left of the bowler. So maybe she just misjudged it and wasn't ready at all. But yeah, for me, she wasn't looking for a single. She was never in a position. She wasn't backing up.
Well, England's Lauren Bell is right arm over from the Gothic Pavilion end. Her and Daisy Gibb have been a pretty useful bowling attack for Hampshire. The 2 right arm seamers starting proceedings here. That's a wild swing from Neve Holland. She's going to get 4 for it. She's given that the kitchen sink. Would have been a hell of a catch. Diving glove.
Giving that the kitchen sink.
She has.
She's come down and opened up there. Neve Holland.
She'll take the 4, but she wasn't intending it to go there.
Wow. Somerset now 7 for 1 after 1.2. And they've got a lot of work to do here.
She's again given herself room. She's stepped and then tried to whack it through mid-off, mid-on. Not really nailed it. Neve's on one hit. She wants to get on with it. Running hard, pushing.
I think she knows that she can. I know she can't. She can't just sort of let the bowlers bowl at her. And I like how proactive she's being. She's trying to be busy at the crease. She's giving herself room. You know, she's very busy. And I like that intent from Neve. It's good to see. She's not long been back from injury, and talking about another person who's had a little injury, she's just joined us in the commentary box, eating a cheeky biscuit, I must add. Only a little one.
Only a little one. Don't get her in trouble, the nutritionist.
Not getting in trouble.
You've got a patty there if you want one.
So, yeah. Lovely
Give
to
her a wave,
see
Gibbo. Give
Gibbo
Comms Cam a wave, Gibbo.
in the comms box here. And she is back batting. She's had a few hits, and I think she had a hit with Heather Knight the other day. Oh, she was watching her.
Two injured Somerset. Two
Just
injured
just
Somerset
a
England
little watch.
together.
So,
well bowled by Lauren Bell to finish that over. Talking of England, not injured in Lauren Bell. Nice dot ball to finish. And Hampshire will be pretty happy with 8 for 1 after 2. Neve Holland looks like she really wants to get on with it. Fran Wilson will play her own game. Fran Wilson, who made her debut for Lashings at my club at Wemden last year. Played for the Lashings against Wemden Cricket Club. Played with a few international legends from over the years. Nick's just gone off to talk to Danny Gibson. 2 for Tuesday, Essex doubleheader, July the 8th. Somerset women and Somerset men playing again. Same as today, 2:30 and 6:30. Have a look online. There aren't many tickets left for many Somerset T20s. The Gloucestershire Friday night sold out. Last Sunday against Kent, the men's game with the women's game before it sold out. Sorry, men's T20 after the women's T20 afternoon also sold out. So if you want tickets, you've got to act pretty fast. I think we're going to see a bit of left arm spin from the River End.
Lindsay Smith, yeah, coming on here for a little bit of a change for Hampshire. They're not letting Somerset settle, are they? You know, they've lost that wicket early, only 8 runs on the board. Lindsay Smith coming in, who does bowl very tight lines and lengths. And it's going to be interesting to see how she's going to go about it. But in general, she tries to hit the stumps. She likes to slide it on, skid it onto that batter, get it under the bat if she can. 2 dots straight away from Lindsay Smith as she's already applying the pressure.
Now, I think of Lindsay Smith very much like Liam Dawson, left-arm spinners for Hampshire, who should have played more for England. Do you agree?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but Lindsay is getting those opportunities now.
But she could have had them before, do you not think? Her and Liam Dawson, I both think, could have had more England appearances.
Possibly, but I think she has sort of come into her own in the last 2-3 years. So it probably is a good time for her now. She's played quite a bit of franchise cricket as well, and that's probably really helped. But she is very, very consistent.
What a bit of fielding that is.
Fantastic.
I mean, she didn't need to. Lauren Bell's there. It's a dot ball anyway. But
no, but I like the intent.
Yeah,
setting that tone. You're not going to run straight back to me. Diving stop to the left.
Can she start with the maiden?
Brilliant from her. 4 dots so far.
Can she have a maiden in the power plate? Neve Holland won't fancy it. Someone's going to give it.
Oh, wow. Well,
that's the kitchen sink again, isn't it? You happy with that?
I don't know about the kitchen sink. She's gone for a sweep and...
A full-blooded whack-it sweep. It wasn't a paddle. It wasn't a nurdle sweep. Deep mid-wicket's back. Is she trying to hit it over?
Well, if you're going for it, you might as well go for it, Harry, as they say. All in there from Neve. But Somerset now moving on for 10. 10 for 1 after 2.5 overs. A little bit of the camera there on the dugout. A bit of a chat from Trevor. Wonder what he's saying to the players down there. That would be interesting to be a fly on the wall in that conversation, as you can.
Yeah, Neve to me looks like she's trying to hit the ball too hard here, losing her shape a bit. She's a clean striker of the ball when she lets the ball come to her and then hits it cleanly. She's trying to make shots that aren't there. She's trying to manufacture things. She's had that edge for 4. She's had that scuff off the sweep for 2 there. Just want to see her trust herself, back herself, to see ball, hit ball. Yes, you want to capitalise on the power play, but...
Well, how many runs do you think Somerset should be on after 5-6 overs?
I don't like to do that. I like to hit the game deep, but when they require a run rate to 9.4, you don't want that much above 10, do you? So you probably want to be on at least 40 after the power play, don't you? Which is going to be, they're going to need another 10 and over off these last 3. 10 for 1 off 3 is not ideal, is it?
Looking at that field there, they've got a backwards deep square leg and a third man. Where do you think Fran Wilson should be aiming to hit the ball at this point?
Well, that's going to be a leg side wide. I think she's got to wait and see what's bowled. Lauren Bell, I'm surprised to see bowled down the leg side. I think that's an interesting delivery. But anything pitched up, just play through the covers. Outside off stump. Beat those 3. My Boucher extra covers a good fielder, but if you can beat her left hand, there's a big gap. The outfield's quick. But Fran Wilson will probably want a little bit of time to get herself in. She can take the 1. She can glide a 1 behind point. maybe even push for 2, but she's going to use her feet and smash it down the ground for 4. There you go.
That's a great
I did
shot
not expect
from
that.
Fran Wilson there, just creating a little bit of length there as Lauren Bell's tending to bowl just back of her length, just using her feet to make it slightly fuller. Good shot straight down the ground.
Well, there's only one scoring shot off Lindsay Smith's first over. Already more off this over than the last, and only one legitimate ball in.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that Hampshire have got Elise Perry joining the club.
Yes,
You know,
big signing.
Early July, that's going to be a huge signing for them. A couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, that will be pretty big. How do you think she'll fare in this? She'll have to open the batting, and she'll probably bowl first change, if not open, I'd have thought.
The thing is, you look at Hampshire. Okay, they've got quite big names in their England players, and Somerset. You know, they've lost Heather Knight, they've lost Danny Gibson, so they're big names. They're relying on Dean.
Oh, that is an interesting shot. There's one fielder back on the leg side, and Fran Wilson's picked her out, but she's dropped it.
No.
How has she dropped that? It's going to be a 2, but there's one fielder back on the leg side. I'm not quite sure why Fran Wilson's trying to go. Well, it's a deep square leg. Maybe she's trying to go finer. There's a massive gap at mid-wicket. There's no one at long on, and she's whacked it in the air straight to deep square leg. That's inexcusable, that drop.
Yeah, and that's a
Freya Kemp, I think it is.
awful drop there from Freya Kemp. She looked like she was in a poor position in when she actually had a remarkable amount of time to set herself there.
I'm slightly worried about Fran Wilson's thinking there when there's one player on the leg side. That's a better shot. Down the ground, just over mid-off. She's never going to catch that one. Great effort, but 2 down the ground. That's a fifth of a chance. Gibbs tried pretty well to get near that. But down the ground, I think, is a better option for Fran Wilson looking for boundaries here. If it's short from Lauren Bell, fine, but you've got to try and keep it away from that deep square leg fielder.
Yeah, like I say, I think personally, you know, you saw her early in the over. She tried to go down for a scoop, missed out. Whether she's trying to get it fine, but she's hit straight one down a fielder's throat again. That's caught by Naomi Datani down at third man, and a strange looking shot considering she can see the fielder. She knows she's just hit both deep fielders within that over. A drop catch out there by Freya Kemp that hasn't cost Hampshire a lot, as that one is caught by Naomi Datani down at third man. Strange, very strange placement there from Fran Wilson. Very experienced player, but I think she's just miscued it and actually hit it straight to the person. And that means she's going to go for 8 of 7 deliveries. Sophie Luff is going to come out to the crease. Somerset now 19 for 2. Not the start they would have been looking for, Harry.
No, an odd innings out from Fran Wilson. Could have been out 3 balls in a row. One was an easy catch, one was a very hard catch, and one was a pretty simple one. Caught third time. It's just a slightly odd innings from Fran Wilson. Lovely shot down the ground we talked about. Used the feet well, struck it well. And then she's picked out deep square leg when there's so much space either side. And then just after that, she just seemed a bit confused where she was going to score off Lauren Bell. I don't think Neve Holland's over before helped. Neve Holland only taken that inside edge 2 off Lindsay Smith's first over the power play. Probably made Fran think she had to go after it more than perhaps she did need to. But Luff padded up ready to come in for if Wilson got out, and the captain's going to have to produce some magic here because there's a long way to go now. The required run rate is up over 9 still. It's only going to keep climbing while new batters have to come in and get themselves going. A run out and caught, not ideal. That's the right option though, short and wide from Bell. Even if your first ball, Luff just wants to get something on that. Beat the keeper in it before. Even with deep third back, you could hit that fine enough to get 4.
Somerset now 19 for 2 after 4 overs. And 150 required now from 16 overs.
Yeah, Hampshire was 16 for none off 3, then 32 for none off 5. Somerset 10 for 1 after 3, and now 19 for 2 after 4. So do you now, you were talking about an aggressor, do you now pad up Griffiths or Wellington coming at 5? We talked about them both batting too low. Hazel could be 2 of them.
For me, I'd like to see Griff come in now. She's been batting really well. And then I'd like Hazel, if if there's enough time in the game to then bring Wellington after. But if
So Wellington's what, 15 overs and on?
if you're getting shorter on overs, I wouldn't want Wello really coming in sort of after 16. She's only then got 24 deliveries to change the game, but I also wouldn't want her coming in probably in 13 overs if I've got Griffin there. Do you see what I mean?
You want it perfect, don't you? You can't choose if you lose a wicket.
It's a fine balance there.
Or you don't lose a wicket and easily win the game.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
Easy.
But what I mean is just changing those combinations of players like Luff and Hazel who are going to rotate the strike more.
Yeah.
Griff's going to come in and try to attack and be destructive. And just a bit of a different combination rather than two sort of similar players at once.
Yeah. Neve just looking like she's still over-hitting the ball, swinging so hard at that ball. She did connect it, probably beat.
It's not just that. She's, if you want, the majority of her innings today, she's stepping away to give herself room, and she's going too far away from the ball and coming off the shot, and then she's nowhere near it, rather than keeping that head over it. Misfield at the extra cover there. Bush just misfielding that one, and they are going to come through for a single.
What can Somerset do? They've got to take the singles. If they can't hit boundaries, they've got to still tick the strike over. A swing and a miss at dot ball's no good here. I know it's a power play and they want to capitalise, but there's still singles you can take. One I'm over and again to Luff. Can't quite flick that off a hit for one. She wants to play that bit square into deep square leg and deep fine leg. The two fielders back on the boundary. They're the two with the one she was looking for. Interesting seeing the opening the batting. Flexible all-rounder. We've seen a bat in the middle overs before. We haven't quite nailed an opening partnership yet. It's going to be an easy decision for umpire.
Harry, have you got the scorecard up there? Have a look at it. Out of interest, I'll have a look what Somerset's extras were out of interest.
Yeah, I think it's only 9 or 10. I remember commentating on it in the last 5 overs. I was quite impressed. It wasn't too bad. I think it was 4, actually. 4. Pretty good.
2 leg byes and 2 wides.
I think that's decent. Hampshire already
no
on 3.
byes.
That's a great shot from Sophie Luff. That should be 2. Got to come 2 straight away. Yeah, good running.
Right.
Lindsay Smith's left arm throw's good. Luff wasn't particularly quick turning, but committed and got there.
If you were playing, Harry, let's talk about your playing.
Yeah. Hoping to get here in the Baker Cup final this year. Got just a semi-final to win, and then I'll get my chance.
Lovely. Bowling those leggies, are
Yeah,
you?
lovely.
Still
loopy
bowling
leggies.
them?
Yeah, bat 5 and bowl some loopy leggies in T20s.
You
bowl
turn
5
now?
overs in the Baker Cup. Do I get any turn? A little bit. Not always. You only have to turn 1, they say.
Well, this is
Even
it.
Shane wants to turn 1. And
If you're batting, so you bat 5, you'd be almost in. What are you thinking here?
I think you got to rotate the strike. Good shot from Sophie Luff to get 1 and just keep the scoreboard moving. When you've got 2 new batters and they're trying to get themselves in, if you're trying too hard to hit boundaries and getting dots, the bowling side just getting more and more on top. I think just trying to get some runs on the board.
Well, that's right.
Double swap.
No, we're going to have Harry jump out for a second.
Do you want to do a bit of commentary with Gibbo?
Gibbo's
I
coming
reckon
in
you
to have a
do.
chat with me.
Go on then, you two. We'll let you have it.
And we're going to have a chat and see where we're at. Hampshire are going to change the bowling. We're going to have Lindsay Smith joining, changing ends to the Marcus Trescothick end. Lindsay Smith's going to come on here. Lauren Bell's had 2 overs, 1 for 14. And I am joined here by Danielle Gibson, who is looking beautiful as ever in the commentary box.
So are you, Nikki.
Thanks. So we're going to see.
You're not hot in your jacket, by the way.
No, the aircon in here is
Oh,
lovely.
yeah, that's true.
In fact, outside I was absolutely sweating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you that.
Hot on the bench.
Yeah, no, I did feel the heat when I went out there earlier.
Lovely shot.
Nice shot there from the captain, Sophie Luff, through extra cover, just piercing that gap. Going to race away for her first boundary. How's her feeling in camp, Gibbo? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. The girls,
batting?
Yeah, batting, which is great. I mean, straight shots only, which I'm not very good at, so it's been a tough couple of sessions, but I'm getting there
That's
slowly.
not true. That's not true. She is
Just
very good
love
at
a swipe across the line.
So that's good. And how are we looking time-wise? Is there any time schedules on when you possibly might get a play, or not sure yet, just playing it by ear?
Yeah, just seeing how it goes, really. We've had no pain so far, which is the main thing. So just going week by week, really.
Good.
Yeah, it's going well.
Nice. That's really good to hear. And I'm sure Somerset will be glad to get you out there, and England and London Spirit. Are you going there again this year?
I'm excited to wear the pink. It's my favourite.
And let's just talk about a little bit about the news today. Nice shot there from Niamh Holland as she gets inside the ball and hits that through. Covers for 4. That one, she's just kept her head in a little bit. She's been getting a little bit too leg side of it and coming off the shot, head's going up a little bit. But that one, she kept her head down. Good shot from Niamh Holland. Just some exciting news today.
What's that?
You tell me.
You tell me.
Where are you going to be going in the winter?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
I was going to say that was today.
Yeah, it's been a long day so far. Yeah, off to Melbourne for, good dive, for the Big Bash. So that'll be very exciting.
Good. Is that your second year there? Or
Yeah, I played for Adelaide Strikers 2 years ago, and then this year at Melbourne Stars.
Yeah, lovely.
Live it up in Melbourne.
And that would be nice. Nice bit of sunshine. But the sun is shining here in Taunton today. We're at 30 degrees. Lindsay Smith's into Sophie Luff. And good piece of fielding there from Bouge in at mid-wicket for a dot ball. Luff on 8 of 7 balls so far. Holland 13 from 19. So the feeling in the camp was the question I was asking you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's been a tough tournament so far for the girls, but spirits are still going. They seemed up for it before they went out to bat, so hopefully can keep the run rate up, keep ticking over. Niamh's going well here. Hopefully she can stick in and catch up and hopefully get a few more runs towards the target.
Yeah, and I think that's it. Here at Taunton, if you get a couple of boundaries fairly quickly, it can change so quickly. It's a small ground and it's a fast outfield. So I think, like you say, if Niamh just gets a couple of boundaries here, she's back in the game. Good to see her opening the batting after her injury. Slight change to the team today. Monday out, Hazel in.
Yeah, I think Niamh, she's worked really hard during her stress fracture rehab, so it's great to see her back out there. Chaos in the field as always, rapid to the ball, but she looks good with the bat, and hopefully she can keep kicking on and being that attacking player.
Yeah, it's good, it's exciting. Griff, I'm hoping to see some more of today. She's been batting really well. And hopefully she can get in a little bit earlier because she's been coming in 4 overs to go. It's just not enough. So I would like to see that.
Change of bowling.
So that one's hit straight to Georgia Adams at mid-off for a dot ball. Somerset now 35 for 2, 6.1 overs gone. Luff 9, Holland 13. Just want to see probably in the next 2 overs just a little bit of a kick on from Somerset. Not getting too far behind that run rate. Run rate is 9.76 currently, and we're going at 5.68. So just need to keep up with that, just to take the game deep. But good piece of bowling here from Taylor. Have you seen much of Taylor?
Not really, actually. She's still quite young, I think. But she played in the 100 last year and she did well, actually, for the Brave, I think it was. But yeah, I think she's got a lot of potential. She bowls good line and length.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen too much of her, and I was just talking about her earlier. They do say she's an exciting prospect, but good piece of fielding there from Dats at backward point. Nice diving stop to her left. But Somerset coming through for a single. There is a lot of talk around her being sort of exciting, one to watch. Now, out of interest, I'm going to see how old she is.
She's got a twin, I think.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Plays at Warwickshire. I think she moved this year. She's got nice action.
She is 20 years old. She will be 21 on the 7th of October.
She pulls out that one.
And yeah, 20 years old. Nothing on ESPN on having a twin sister, or a sister, so that's good knowledge from you.
I could be lying. There was defo twins somewhere.
Maybe they're just called Taylor. It's quite
Potentially.
Good piece of fielding from Lindsay Smith, but well run from Neve Holland. Quick running there. Just out of interest, the Bex Odgers run out.
I missed it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was walking up here sadly, so.
Okay. Well, it was all
comment.
going on. Yeah, I mean, I personally thought that it would have been a tight single, but there probably was a single, but I don't think Bex Odgers was ready.
Oh, okay.
And also, for some reason, she was going back, walking back to the non-striker's end, almost like it had been hit straight to the stumps.
Oh, she
dropped chance there from Dats. Low chance going down to her left. That would have been a brilliant catch there. Neve Holland just slicing that one, coming off the shot. Taylor so far tight over, only going for 3 from 5 deliveries. Somerset's run rate slowly going down. Slower ball, but that is a wide from Taylor. So things are good, life's good.
Yeah, thriving.
Rehab's going well.
Loving the weather. Rehab in the morning, sunbathe in the afternoon.
Perfect. Are you doing any more puzzles?
No, I quit puzzles. I did too many. My eyes were going crazy. Oh.
Aerial chance there from Holland. Drop catch there at mid-on. Going to see the replay of that one. And that one has gone away for 4 for Neve Holland.
Yeah, it looked like Bruce just thought the boundary was a little bit closer than it actually was.
She had a bit more room than she thought, I think. It did keep going, in fairness to her. Would have been a brilliant catch, screamer really, but yeah, just looks like she's misjudged that one. There's going to be a change of bowling here, and it looks like Georgia Adams is going to come on for her first over.
Change of bowling from the Marcus Droskowicz Pavilion end. Number 1, Georgia Adams.
Yeah, a few more shots like that would really help our cause here.
Yeah, just need those boundaries. A few quick boundaries early on in the over particularly just takes that pressure off. And we've seen Griff do that really well. And something we saw Freya Kemp batted.
She did,
so
didn't she?
well.
Yeah, with the GM kit, looked great. Big grip. Big fan of that.
Yeah, no, she really looked good, and what she did well was hit straight down the ground. First delivery there, low full toss from Adams. Just coming through for a single.
Yeah, I think Freya Kemp's just so strong straight, and she just really sticks to her guns there, and it showed in that innings. Just stepped back and just swung. Lovely swing, and got a lot of reward for it.
Yeah, she did bat really well. And Adams just coming in there. Another full toss from her. She didn't really look herself of the bat today, Georgia Adams as well. Just something about her wasn't quite looking her normal self, and mistiming it. Just didn't quite seem herself, so not quite sure. Maybe she's just not feeling 100%. Luff hitting a nice pocket there. Could come through for a quick 2 if... It's a good piece of fielding though. Only going to have a single. Kemp's innings was 65 from 38 deliveries. It was fantastic innings.
Bomber.
Adams in here. And dot ball there to extra cover. Hampshire, they've got Perry coming. First week in July.
Oh, is that when it's happening? Yeah. Been
So
waiting for a while.
That will be exciting for them. Another addition.
So she's playing the 50 overs, is she?
Somerset, are they going to have any additions coming, or other than yourself when you're fully fit, obviously?
No, I think this is the core team.
Okay. If they are, they're keeping it well under wraps.
Yeah, top secret.
Just a single straight down the ground there. Somerset now 49 for 2.
Just Just bringing in square leg and putting deep cover out.
She's been busy signing your life away.
Always. And trust anyone I do.
Sophie Luff going down there for a sweep, not quite getting hold of that one, but it's good intent from her and good to see. There's Somerset now 49 for 2 off 8 overs. And I think Pia Trigger is going to join you in 1 over. I'm just going to have a little bit more of a chat about Gibbo's winter plans and, you know, how's the England camp? Are you doing much there with them?
No, I actually haven't. I haven't been around at all. Obviously, the West Indies series was a big success. The girls played really well. And then India, I think they meet up next week for the India series. So that'll be a good series to watch, actually. I think it'll be a good test, and I'm excited to see how the girls get on.
Yeah, will you go down and watch much, or just be at home? Maybe just.
It's not the best thing watching when you can't play.
Frustrating, I imagine, yeah.
It's not the funnest of days. I'll come down to Somerset because it's close, but...
Yeah, that's understandable. Nice intent there from Niamh Holland. And that one is going to come away for 4. Just got that fine enough.
She did that last week to Lauren Filan. It went for a big 6.
I know.
I was buzzing. I was like,
I was commentating on that one.
Yeah, it was great.
She got hit by a 6 by Odgers, and then Niamh went down for a scoop for 6. I thought, oh no, Filan. I did see her smiling, and I did commentate on how she was smiling about it.
So. Ever the positive beam, that person.
Bless her.
That's a great option for Niamh, though. She plays it so well. She gets in line with it and just follows it with the bat.
Just playing a little bit of cat and mouse there with Hampshire as well, as Gibb has just moved Bell back down at fine leg and brought up cover. So this could be a good option if Niamh can get that one through the covers now. Ooh. Exactly like that.
There it goes.
Perfect. And she's just toying with them now. 2 boundaries and 2 balls. She's manipulated that field. She's dictating to them now. The bowler's playing cat and mouse, trying to catch up with her, and they're going to now toy again. Cover's going to go back out. Where are they going to bring that other fielder in? Fine leg's going to come up. Can she keep toying with them?
That was a great cut shot. I think potentially with fine up, she could bowl a slower ball here.
Yeah, and Niamh just doesn't want to get sucked into, I'm going to scoop it if they do. Just have her options. There you go. Slower ball, just hits straight through the covers. Nice shot, but 9 from 3 balls. That's exactly what Somerset need. Changing the momentum, and some good cricket, clever cricket there from Niamh Holland. She now moving on to 32 from 28 deliveries. Harry is raring to go to jump in here, and I will leave him have a quick chat with Gibbo, and then I think Pete might join Harry maybe at some point. Oh, up and over there, Luff.
Not sure what shot that was really. Hitting home, can we call that? It was effective though.
Very effective. I'm like I said, I don't know what I would describe that as, but it worked. Just seeing that on the replay.
Still don't know what to call it, but effective shot by Luff, and gone for 4 runs. Bumping up the run rate, which is always good.
Yeah, this is what they needed. They needed this. 3 boundaries off this over so far, and very much needed for Somerset, who move on to 62 for 2. Oh, that could be just got enough on it. Plopped that one over a mid-off. They will come back for 2. A little bit expensive here from Gibb. Luff just coming off that shot, taking the bottom hand off. Rather than full swing, I'd like to see her go all the way through that shot and try and hit, you know, into the Ian Botham stand. Just having that bit more confidence. Oh, and that's an edge, and that is exactly what Somerset need. Taylor's not going to be able to get anywhere near that one, and Somerset going to move on to 68 for 2 after 9 overs. Big over there for Somerset, and that was required. I'm going to leave, and Harry is going to jump in and have a chat with Gibbo. And then Pete will join Harry.
Yeah, great over there from Somerset. I think it was just what we needed, and hopefully can attack again from this end.
Right, Gibbo.
Hello.
Good to have you on.
Thank you, great to be here.
You're smiling and happy to be watching your teammates in the sunshine.
Always.
You can't ask for a better view, can you?
No, it's lovely.
Plenty of people enjoying it on the YouTube live chat. We've got people watching all over the world, actually.
Just been confirmed that they are twins, and she does play for Warwickshire, so I wasn't chatting rubbish.
Of course not. Right, we're going to see Lindsay Smith now from the Marcus Gothic Pavilion end. She started from the river end, had that brilliant first over, just went for 2. Neve Holland really tried to take her on, had that inside edge sweep shot for 2. Other than that, she had 5 dot balls, and she's a great fielder of her own bowling. Can't think of many bowlers in the world game who dive as much as she does in a follow-through trying to stop the ball. There's the 50 partnership, pretty important that. 19 for 2 to suddenly 69 for 2. Nearly at the halfway stage. Required run rate still around 9.3. It was 9.4 for a while for these two, keeping it in check. What do you not want that number to get above required run rate? Is it 10? Is that the worrying thinking?
Yeah, I suppose so. Maths has never been my strong point.
You don't worry about it. Oh, Sophie Love just chipped that over mid-wicket. Can I get the single?
Yeah, I think if we can keep it under 10s and then kick on at the end, I think that's possible.
And we've talked so much on comms this year about where Wellick bats, where Griff bats. What's your thoughts? Are they both padded up now? Is Jess Hazel slotting down below those two?
I think Wellow's got a helmet on, so I assume that means she's next.
Yeah. She's in the zone, isn't she?
Yeah.
And then would you go Griff after that, I guess?
Yeah, I suppose so. I do think, I think sometimes we can maybe switch it up with who gets out, who goes in.
Yeah. So Hazel might come in for Luff, and then a more aggressive player might come in for Neve Holland. Yeah, I'm going to get the run in the end. Massive swing. When Neve's swinging so hard, pretty hard to keep wicket behind and not know there's going to be an edge or a bye or what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think with this run rate we need to really send in our big hitters next, which Wellington's a good option. She's done it before where she scored a lot of runs off not many balls.
Absolutely. Sophie Luff across the stumps. That's a yard away from being 4. A yard either side. That'd be pretty hard to stop. She hit that hard and clean and well, but just managed to pick up the square leg fielder. That's Mary Taylor at square leg. Important stop.
The twin.
Yes. She was run out early on though. Didn't get much of a bat tonight. Luff's gone offside this time, straight to extra cover, and she's got to go. Sophie Luff, the Somerset skipper, has tried to rebuild and get going. She got to 23, but hit that straight to short extra cover. And we are now seeing AJ Wellington. As soon as the wicket fell, she's on her feet. She's striding out with purpose. Somerset 71 for 3. Just trying to beat extra cover there, wasn't she? Just couldn't quite.
Yeah, it's normally a strong shot for Luff, but she's just come a little bit too much off it and not been able to connect with the ball properly. Good catch from Georgia Adams at extra.
Yeah, Luffy's 100 at edge bat, and there were quite a few shots through and over extra cover. Batted really nicely that day.
I do admire her extra cover shots.
Yeah.
I wish I had that in my locker. We're going to learn though.
Is that the one shot? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the aim.
Have you two been having a few throwdowns together and working on the bowling machine? Or?
No, sadly not, but maybe I should get some tips from her. She has tried in the past, but I'm still not able. I'll just stand and swing instead.
So is this now the battle of the YouTube channels? You commentating on Wello?
No.
Are you two rival YouTube channels?
Never a battle.
How do you see that? Do you talk much about your filming stuff?
No, not really. I haven't actually seen her at all this year, really. Not been able to come in much.
I guess you can come in when you're injured to catch up with the girls, but I guess is it a bit depressing for you watching them having fun, isn't it?
Good way to put it.
Yeah.
No, it's nice to come to the home games when I can, especially like T20 double headers. Makes it a little bit more of a day out.
But you've had much on with rehab and physio stuff, I guess. You can do some of that from home or with the England lot.
Been very busy.
Right, well, Holland's still on strike on 33. That's a bit of a scuffed pull shot, just going to be 1 run. So we talk about not coming into the attack. Her first ball, a bit of a drag down. Charlie Knott had 43. Both openers, actually. Maya Boucher and Charlie Knott both had 43. No Ella McCacken, remember, with a hamstring injury. The top run score for Hampshire in this comp. But Knott and Boucher have done pretty well. Now with a bit of off spin from the river end. Straight away, you can tell she's lining that up.
Yeah, not sure what shot she was going for.
It's almost like she's trying to sort of paddle it past 45, I thought.
Popped up a little bit off the wicket.
Yeah, a bit more bounce than she expected.
I think she should just stand and swing really and trust her bat.
Especially when mid-off's up in the ring. There's that deep pocket on the leg side. Gonna just be one run out to deep square. Where would you be taking on this off spin with this field then? Would you go over mid-off or just take on the Somerset stand?
Gosh, it's been so long, I wouldn't know.
You've forgotten about batting in matches. It's been
no, I think I'd be aiming between the long or mid-wicket pocket. It's quite a big pocket, that.
That's good batting from Neve Holland. They're going to get at least 2 here. Might run away for 4. I think, yeah, it is. It's just trickled over the rope. Bit unfortunate with good fielding earlier, but Somerset have benefited from a bit of poor fielding there. 45 dive, couldn't quite get a full stop on that. And Neve Holland is still there. It's hard coming back from injury, isn't it? Neve looked a bit scratchy early on, but when she's been out with her back for so long, it's hard for her to get her flow and her rhythm. Yeah,
I think the first couple of innings are going to be scratchy, but as soon as you have one good one, you're pretty much flying from there.
Yeah, exactly. She might get a lot of confidence. Get through the scratchy bit. You can have a bit of luck, and then there you go. Now she's nailing the ball like that. That's a lovely back foot punch. Should be an easy 2. That pocket again, and deep covers left-handed thrower, so nice 2 to deep extra.
Yeah, she's caught up well here, Neve. She's now ahead of her ball strike rate. If that's what you call it, is that what you call it?
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah.
Over 100 strike rate, I guess.
Yeah, that one.
That's what you're trying to.
I know what you mean.
Well. She's scored more runs than balls she's faced. That was a bit of she was going to come down, then wasn't quite sure, then sort of didn't do either. Seemed a bit stuck in between. They got away with it. So you're excited for England's summer of cricket as well then?
Yeah. India series next.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
Where will you be watching that from, do you think?
Probably home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't actually know where the games are.
You won't go to any of the games, you're quite happy watching them on telly?
Don't really want to get in the way, you know. They're quite big
Is it that
games.
balance of feeling left out if you're there, but then do you miss out when you're at home? Do you kind of want to be, you want to be among the girls, but if you're not playing, is it quite hard?
A little bit, yeah. You always feel a little bit of a spare part as well. Not sure where to put yourself, don't want to get in the way.
Yeah, it was funny speaking to Ella on comms earlier, trying to work out, yeah, if you're only injured for a couple of games, maybe it's easier than if you're injured for quite a long time and you've been out of the bubble all year.
I get all the goss though from Phyla, so.
Do you have lots of WhatsApps and phone calls?
Lots of video phone calls, yeah.
Fair enough. Well, none of your teammates, Lauren Bell, charging in, and that's a short ball bumper. Leg side. Now, yes, it is. I was going to say that has to be a wide. If Wellington just stepped offside, it would clearly been a wide. Their fingers have now been outstretched. Both umpires agree. Oh, they're now going to say it's 1 for the over. I thought that was a wide for leg side, but was it also wide for height?
I don't think it could have been height, really.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the 1 for the
well,
over.
They did squat quite low.
Yeah. I mean, it's a wide, but I don't think it's a 1 for the over.
We'll take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Full balls only now.
So Bell's going to bring deep cover up, and long off is going to go back. So 3 out on the leg side and deep long off on the offside. So have you faced Bell quite up the nets over the
a few times. Me and Belly like bowling and batting against each other.
What a shot that is. What I love about AJ Wellington is you think of her as a slogger or a whacker, or she's going to come in and whack the ball everywhere. So often she hits it through the covers. You think she's going to biff it over mid-wicket, cow corner long on. They're all back and she just times it through the covers.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
Is that what you're going to say? You've just been whacking Belly through the covers as well?
Yeah. No, we love to do death bowling and death batting. We have a good little battle there.
Nice. You do a little scenario sort of target to set up yourselves. Is that coach led or you two just crack on with it?
Bit of both, really. Yeah.
Nice. What can Wellington do here now? She's on 5. That's another well-bowled ball. This time tighter to off-stump the slower ball. No pace to work with to beat backward point or short third. She's pretty clever with her slower balls and variations here, and it's going to be a good battle, actually.
Yeah, she is.
Could we even say this could be the match-defining battle? What, I know 1.4 overs remaining from Bell. If she can get Wellington. But do Hampshire want to bowl a 2 through now, or do you save a 1 for the back end? That's a leg side delivery. Wide.
I think you want a good over here from Belly, and then save her a little bit later just in case it gets down to the crunch, because she's such a good death bowler.
Yeah.
She knows her plan, she knows what she's doing, so I think you can't not have her back end of the game.
Yeah, you'd probably say Wellington's almost won the over already, though. Wide, 4 wide, with 1 dot in between. You know, technically, there's been 2 balls bowled and she's got 6 runs.
Very true.
So you think easily get up to that 10 and over. Even if that's straight to backward square leg, that's out with a direct hit, I reckon. Great dive from Neve Holland. Neve Holland, who was involved with that Bex Hodges run out. What was your take on that?
I missed it, sadly,
you're
yeah.
all the way up here, yeah.
Neve can be a bit chaotic between the
she's
wickets,
quick, but
though.
not everyone's as quick as her.
She is quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had a few mishaps ourselves
Yeah.
together in the
She
middle.
just shout loud and say, no, Neve,
Yeah.
don't be silly. I mean, yeah. That was a run you probably take in T20 cricket in this scenario, but she did have to dive and she has hurt herself. Remember, she's been out with a bad back. Diving full length isn't going to be ideal. That stress fracture in her back she experienced in the winter down under. Come back in January. Slower ball, well driven down to long on. Not will easily pick up and keep to a single. I think because of those 2 wides and the 4, Somerset are ahead in this over. Can they get a bonus boundary from Wellington in the last couple of deliveries?
That would be lovely.
So do you find you're watching every game on YouTube? There's so much cricket you can watch nowadays. Men's, women's,
I know.
internationals, county cricket.
Yeah, I do put it on while I'm busy around the house. I say busy around the house. I'm either doing jigsaws or doing some paint by numbers.
Does Griff make you do all the housework because you've got more time?
Yeah,
at the
even though
moment?
I've got the bad back.
Yeah. She's like, I'm still playing and working and you're just chilling, so you have to do everything, I guess.
Just rubs it in. Cheers, mate.
Oh. I guess you don't see her that much, though, because she'll be in hotels for away games.
Yeah, we actually haven't crossed paths much this summer.
Is it like passing ships in the night when she
Yeah.
come back at stupid o'clock? Oh, that's cool, though. Good for relationship. You know, you two, if you end up batting together, then, you know,
I don't know, it could be some bickering out in the middle. I am her personal taxi. I do pick her up from the bus stop.
Oh, that's very good.
Yeah,
of you.
no, I stayed up till 11 p.m. once
Did
to
you?
pick her up. Yeah,
That is generous. What was you thinking there? Just too nice.
Yeah, I know. Changed woman.
If you listen on the earpiece, don't forget your Cinetech selfie and your Virtue earpiece. Hopefully you can listen to our comms around the ground, give us a wave and encourage your mates to go and buy an earpiece. You can listen to our commentary on every home game here, men's or ladies.
Change bowling
Right, what are
from
they
the
thinking
river
here?
end, returning
Wherever you go
number
then,
9,
put yourself
Mary Taylor.
in the Hampshire skipper's shoes. They're going to go Mary Taylor. When would you be bowling seam? When you've been bowling spin? Lindsay Smith's probably your trump card. When do you want to save her?
How many overs has she bowled?
She's got 1 left.
Got one
So
left.
her and Bell, probably the 2 best bowlers. They've got 1
Yeah.
left each.
I think bowling Taylor here is a good option.
Yeah, just a second over of the match.
Cramp up Wello a little bit.
Oh, she's gone so far outside off stump to try and make room. And they're going to come through for 1 run. Just got some terrible handwriting from Nick Harvey trying to come in. And no idea where Pete is. Yeah, you could have just told me that. We can announce that. We can announce that to the listeners. We never know where Pete is. He was going out for a coffee with Max Waller, which is standard behaviour, those two. Pete goes wandering. We'll make up a rota with the rest of us. That could be 6 runs. Yep, it's gone all the way over the fielder. Charlie Knott at deep mid-wicket. Cannot stop that.
It's a great shot by Neve there. She really connected with it, waited for it nicely, and boom, over cow.
Well, you said Mary Taylor was a good option. Did you mean from a Somerset point of view?
I said against Wello.
Neve just slapped her for
mention
6. Great stuff. So Neve Holland is suddenly 3 runs away from a 50. As we said earlier, she looked really scratchy the first couple of overs. Could have been out a couple of times, inside edges, trying to get herself going. But like you say, coming back from injury is not easy. She's a mighty fine player, times the ball beautifully. What a shot that is. I would say that's Neve Holland's best shot of the innings so far. Deserves 4, and it is 4. Well batted Neve Holland. She's gone to her 50, her half century. She's opened the batting. She lost Bex Hodges early with that run out, that mix up. No Emily Mundy in the team today. Neve Holland has a 50 opening the batting in T20s for Somerset, which is pretty rare for an opener to get over to 50 for Somerset, and that is crucial for them to get close to chasing this total down.
Yeah, no, that's great for Neve. I think, like you were saying earlier, that will give her great confidence to keep going forward, and hopefully she can keep pushing on this innings.
Yeah.
Score a few more runs.
And a few texts from Dave Roberts, her former Western Storm coach, saying about Neve, not sure where she should be batting in this team. Well, got a 50 opening. She won't mind that. Get her facing as many balls as possible in the power play, getting her iron. 99 for 3, 1 away from 100, but more importantly, 71 more to win. The required run rate is nearly 10 though, 9.7, despite what felt like a good little patch for Somerset. It's still going to be hard for them to get near 10 and over for the rest of this match. If Wellington and Neve can say that together, I mean, that should have been a single. Funny that Neve found down that run, having run a much harder one straight to mid-off with Beck Sodgers at the other end. She's a bit tired now, I think. Now she's got to 51. What's your thoughts on the new staircase then? Yeah. You a fan of that?
I like the staircase idea. I thought it was going to come down between the two dugouts.
Yeah, why is it crooked? It's a bit bizarre, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
It's a staircase that takes you where you ended up anyway. I can't quite work
I don't
out.
know whether because if it came straight down, it would... People would have to walk around.
Now that is controversial. That was an easy 2 for Wellington and Neve Holland. And Brenna Southby is almost rugby tackle Wellington. We'll see if we can get a replay of that. They've ended up cuddling. But Wello was easily going to come back for a 2 there. She's taken it very well. She's Australian, but she's not one of those overly competitive Australians, is she? Well, she's competitive without being nasty.
Yeah. All Australians are competitive.
Exactly. Well, it wasn't a 2, and Wello's quite happy to sort of giggle with Brenna Southby about it, but they only got 1 for it. Somerset now 100 for 3 after 13. Well, we're going to see George Adams come back on for a second over. Neve Holland on strike. All up in the cover ring on the offside. Oh, that was a catching chance. One-handed diving to her right. It would have been a blinder. Neve's just trying to slap that back through her. So would you like the idea of opening in this T20 team? Would that be your role you've done for Storm? You'd fancy coming back and doing it at some point?
I can go anywhere really. Happy to slot in. I like opening though. Get to face the most balls if you don't get out.
There's always a big if in cricket. You've been down watching Dumbleton a bit on your Saturdays
a couple
off?
of times. Such a great place to watch cricket. Try and make the most of it.
Yeah, I guess you got more time this summer than any other summer the last few years.
I'm actually going on Saturday.
Nice.
Taking my niece there for the first time.
Brilliant. Is that in the Weppel Gloss Wilts? What league are they in?
Yes, they are in Weppel.
Yeah. Weppel 3.
I went and watched them last weekend in the Village Knockout.
Oh, are they still going in that?
Yeah.
Did they win that?
Yeah, I think it was a regional final or
yeah,
something
so
like
that'll be the quarter final now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got knocked out 3 weeks.
Lords, here we come.
Yes. No, great shot that. Reverse sweep. Going to go all the way for 4. The chase is in vain. Yeah, I think that's deliberately played, but hard to play it that fine. If you were going for reverse sweep there, it'd probably be easier to whack it in front of square, wouldn't it? So to wait and time it behind is a particularly impressive shot. That's what I love about Wello so much. She doesn't just biff it. She's got that cover drive. She's got that reverse sweep fine. She's very clever in where she picks off her boundaries. Right, come on, where's she going next ball? She's going for a boundary, isn't she? She's not just going to knock it around. She fancies this over. She's going outside the off stump. She's going to sweep that into a pocket they can't quite get to. Set up for 1 in this heat. Maya Boucher's a pretty good fielder. I guess it's nice for you to come and see the Hampshire England girls, like Bouche and Belly, have a quick catch up today, did you?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time at Kempy as well.
Oh, of course, yeah.
With the backs issues, so
it
would be nice to see her.
There's a single there. Wellington just did enough to stop Adams getting to the ball. That's almost get 1 back for the previous over. She nearly got hugged out of it. That's 14 overs gone, 107 for 3. Can't give it. Before you go, put your money on the line then. Where are you going in? What's going to happen? What do you reckon?
Well, I can't not say Somerset.
No, but how easily, when?
Look,
give us a
if
prediction.
we keep going like this, we're going to get close.
Okay, I like it. We'll let you go on that statement, shall we?
Thank you so
You're going to get
much.
Pete to do some comms.
That'd be nice. You can do some work for once.
Thank you very much, Daniel Gibson, England and Somerset all-rounder. Great to have her join us. Pete Trigo will do a brief stint this innings. He's getting a bit of stick. Part of it. Right, 6 overs to go. Maya Boucher's off spin with the hat on, bowling from the river end. Outside the off stump, and that's a bit of a heave inside edge pull, but Neve Holland's happy to take the one. Get Wellington back on strike. She's 13 not out of 9 balls. You kicking about in the back of the box like primary school kids, you lot.
Rustling. Rustling around.
Next hand.
Topping up the old caffeine.
Yeah, always important. Well, Wellington's just working out where she's going to hit this. Where's a boundary option? Deep cover, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, deep long on, and the fielder's back. So she's gone behind square leg, all the way for 4. That is a brilliant, brilliant cricket shot. She's very good on the sweep. She's given herself room, access that behind square leg for 4.
Great work that from Wello. Backing up the work from Neve Holland, who's batted fantastically so far today on 55. Really nice to see her get past that sort of exciting 20-30 and put a real contribution in. If these two stay together, I think Somerset could really push Hampshire all the way today. 58 to win off 34 balls. Very much game on here as Wello's gone a little bit squarer that time, but a nice bit of fielding out there on the boundary rope.
Yeah, a previous shot brought the deep square leg field a little bit behind to backwards square leg. This one now just in front. Any advice and tips from fielding extraordinaire Max Waller then?
We didn't actually talk about fielding, but he was really quite excited about the Skelton catch.
Yes, I
which
did
was a top effort.
Is he taking credit for it?
You know, when you're on the boundary on the circle and you've got to turn, spin, sometimes lose sight of the ball, so to sort of gain a compass, if you like, and take that catch was a really great effort. And obviously Max is going to claim that was all down to his fantastic coaching. Can't take everything away from him. As
that was kitchen sink.
Sort of gloves. I think she might have gloved that one. An opportunity there for the keeper. It would have been a great catch, but fortunately for Wello, just hits the turf. Yeah, off the back of the bat. Nearly a great catch there from behind the stumps.
Yeah, Rihanna Southbeat, wicketkeeper, would have been quite happy with that one, but managed to save the Bingley runs off the ball. This time Wello goes down the wicket, almost gets that in the pocket, but just the 1 run.
15 overs gone. Somerset 115 for 3, requiring a further 55 to win off the last 5 overs.
So 55 off 5, a big arse, but with Wellington there, Neve Holland over 50 not out, and Alex Griffith still to come. There's a bit of T20 whacking options. I think some T20 teams have a big fast bowler who can whack it. I wonder if Ellie Anderson might get a cheeky promotion up to 7. Think about, she batted pretty well a few games ago.
I would say that Molly would probably fit into that category. She can strike the ball pretty clean.
Yeah,
Tall,
we've not seen
rangy.
her do it yet this year, but yeah, maybe. You've been doing some range hitting with her over the last couple of years.
Yeah, she strikes a clean ball, but
reverse sweep shot all the way for 4. Not far away from a left-handed dive. Now the bowler George Adams is frustrated because she thought a better effort could have been made there, but would have been an absolute blinder.
Yeah, it was certainly an opportunity there at backward point. Amanda Jade showing all the ingenuity she often does. Yeah, it would have been a good catch, but certainly catchable. But I think that's the great thing about Wello. She makes herself really difficult to bowl at. She moves around the crease, plays reverse sweeps. She's aggressive, and it often shows in her strike rate. She's on to 23 off just 14, 51 off 29, and genuinely believe that if these two stay together, Somerset can really do some damage towards the back end of this innings. Great batting pitch. Wello again giving herself room, not finding the fielder that time. But Wello's one of those batters in the women's game that she's got very much a 360 game. So if you move all the fielders up onto the offside, that's generally where she targets. And she does it again, and she gets it away, and it's 4. Brilliant batting from the Aussie.
So good from Amanda J. Wellington. Just finding a way to pick a gap and get 4 runs. Doesn't need to hit 6s.
I think it's just smart batting, isn't it? You know, it's I'm sure I don't have to do a massive sales pitch on that. It's hit the ball where the fielders aren't, and that's what Wello does so well. But she's created a game for herself through practice where she can access different parts of the ground, and Hampshire have had to change the field. It wouldn't surprise me now that she will try and hit the ball with a conventional sweep the next ball, because there's a massive gap out there towards square leg. Down the ground, over cover. Hasn't quite got enough of it. But another brilliant shot there from Amanda Jade Wellington.
As much as this seems like a good period for Somerset, the rate is still over 10.4 now, up to 10.6, so they've got to keep going. 46 off 4.2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, you know, it's minimising dot balls and one boundary and over. I think will get you very, very close to this target. So I don't think they have to do a great deal more than what they're doing now. Wellington has a knack of picking up boundaries at regular intervals. It's just about the partnership, and I think the Hampshire bowlers will start to feel under pressure the longer these two take this game. Take it deep, give yourself a chance. You know, if you can get it to 25 off the last two, it puts the bowlers under pressure, and that's when loose balls will come around, misfields. The game massively changes when there's pressure involved, and these two have done a brilliant job of changing momentum. 125 for 3 now, 4 overs to go.
Yeah, so 4th v 8th in the league table before today. Lancashire playing the Blaze also today. Blaze need 33 runs to win that one. 30 balls. Who are they going to bowl here? Louis Boucher's off spin. Change things up. When are you bowling Lindsay Smith and Lauren Bell? They're your two key bowlers. They're the two. They've both got 1 over left. When are you bowling them?
Well, it would obviously make sense that your senior bowlers bowl the last two, but
might be too late. The last one.
I think pace on. I don't foresee it being one early this game. But pace on will also help the ball fly around the place. And here at Taunton, you know that if you get the right angles and just time the ball, boundaries will come. It's just important that these next 2 overs, I think, are crucial. Go 8s, 9s. And then a big finish. But it's important these two are here in those last 2 overs.
Both sides have used 6 bowlers. Wellington won't panic. She's good at taking it deep. She's knowing she's got the skills. Duckworth Lewis par is 131 after that ball. 127 for 3. That's always a good indicator. Somerset just behind, but not far.
One of the wins early in the season at Beckenham was,
I
think it was 35 off 10 balls, and
amazing knock.
Well, I managed to get the team home. So, in that context, on a better surface, a smaller ground, it's very much in. It's just about the batters now being calm out there, talking to each other, make sure they put a bit of a high tariff on their wicket as well, because, like I said, I think it's pretty crucial. It's going to be very difficult for whoever comes in next to sort of pick up that instant momentum. I think the next batter will be Griff, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, nearly that ball, but just fell short of Lindsay Smith out on the deep square leg boundary. Wellington's trying to sweep and pull behind square, but deep square leg is just behind now.
But Griff's been in great form as well. Charlie Dean as well with the helmet on, so suggests that she'll...
We forgot about Charlie Dean in some of this, actually. She's batted as high as 4 and 5 this year, with Hazel coming in as a sort of an out-and-out keeper. Probably going to be Dean and Griffiths first. Skelton can hit a ball pretty clean too. So they've got some batting options, but these two, and then maybe Dean and Griffiths if needed, want to get the job done. Bit of cloud cover, but still pretty warm out there. There you go, over mid off for 4. Great batting from Amanda Jade Wellington. There's no point chasing that one. She's timed that nicely, just over the top, just the boundary they needed to finish that over. Hampshire had won the over before that ball. Keep Somerset right here.
Yeah, 9 from it. Perfect batting there, needing a boundary, and Wellow's taking a chance there and hit a beautiful shot over mid-off. Yeah, just staying in touch with the run rate, massively important. Again, you just throw that element of pressure onto the Hampshire bowling unit.
Then you're bowling from the Marcus
I think things will change quite dramatically. If you're in here at Taunton, you can really make hay and do some damage, and these two have done a fantastic job of turning this game around. Can Neve Holland battle the way through and see her team home? I think it would be a huge feather in the cap for her as well. Bright start, she's played nicely in the few games that I've watched, but very, very exciting 20s, 30s. Now she's got an opportunity to get herself a big not-out score.
Right, Lindsay Smith then, left arm spin, trying to work out when she'd bowl. I quite like this from a Hampshire point of view. There's a big appeal and she's gone. Neve Holland has gone, a very well made 60, but she's tried to play that reverse sweep. She's got to go for 60. A great knock. Charlie Dean will come out at number 6, but fair play to Neve Holland, opening the batting and getting that half century.
Yeah, that probably falls into the realms of commentators' curse there. But I think the right option there from Neve Holland, if she'd have got any sort of bat on that, that would have raced away for 4 down towards the Hildreth stand. But she hasn't made contact. And the left arm spinner's done the job, yeah, on the back knee roll, and certainly very out, unfortunately, for Neve. But well played, a well-played 60, and she's given her team a real chance there to do something special here. England, Somerset player Charlie Dean. Plenty of experience, she won't be phased. It's important she gets battle ball from ball 1, and I think the important thing is just you can't really afford dot balls at this stage. Give yourself a couple where you're hitting strong shots, getting a minimum of 1 a ball, well low on strike, and then get into those last 2 overs and then let it rip.
Charlie Dean's a probably good batter, international batter of course as well, but have they left it too late? Still got Griffiths and Dean up their sleeve. What can Dean do with the first ball? Slog sweep it down the ground for 1 run.
Well, I don't think they've left it late. I mean, Hampshire got a very competitive total, and it was always going to be a tough chase. I think it's a great effort to get it into the realms of winnable. 16 balls to go, 35 needed.
Just think that power play there, I think they left it late in that they're only 10 for 1 after 3. They had quite a slow start, Somerset. The run out off, she didn't help. Only 19 for 2 after 4. Didn't really capitalise on that power play. Hampshire got 32 off the first 5. A lot more than Somerset did, and that got them off to that flyer that helped. Shot by Amanda J. Wellington, that's another 4 runs. If she stays there, Somerset will win this game.
Yeah, I agree with you, Harry. Amanda J. very hard to bowl at. Completely opening the stumps up there. Again, hitting the ball where the fielders aren't. She's got a very good cricket IQ, Wello.
No regard for the stumps, is she? No, you're right. Makes you think of it. The A.B. de Villiers of the women's game, really. The stumps are irrelevant in one-day cricket. Big praise, that.
38 off 22 balls. She's motoring along. Wello. Well, I was speaking to her the other day about bowling plans and her batting plan, and she talked about moving across the stumps, and I was, very much. I mean, look at where she's batting now. I mean, just shows the confidence she's got. She goes again and executes. Superb batting by the Aussie.
That's Michael taking that is. She's literally started so far outside off. But why is Lindsay Smith still bowled it there?
Well, I think she's hidden the ball outside of off stump. But again, Wello is using a mixture of cricket IQ and confidence.
Yeah.
So when I was speaking to her the other day, she doesn't think about opening the stumps up because she backs herself to hit the ball. So it's the last thing on her mind.
The Aussie mentality.
She's just, it's just good cricketer mentality.
Yeah.
She's just backing herself to execute, and that is a massive, massive difference, and it shows. She's going to
should be 2
get
there.
Another 2 if she scampers.
Yeah, got to be 2. There's got to be 2.
Turned her back.
Is she tired? Is she trying to keep the strike? Charlie Dean wanted the second. That's a bit poor from Wellington. Is she tired? Has she misjudged it? That was an easy 2.
Well, she's got 43 off 24. I think she's just hit back-to-back boundaries. It would have, I think, because she was in that swept position, she was late getting up, and it's easy to say, but when you're in that crouch position, you've got to get up. By that time, the person down the other end is probably halfway down. So I'll give her the benefit of the doubt for that one. She's batting beautifully.
That's very good of you. You're only giving her the benefit of the doubt because she's whacked a few boundaries.
Oh, she's doing great. Doing a great job. Over to Charlie Dean to back it up here.
Last ball. This is almost a free hit. You think, Dean? I don't mind Wellington having the strike next over. Oh, they've got one anyway.
Don't forget to upgrade
perfect ball, just to run that off the face. Charlie Dean misses out, but keeps the striker. Brilliant over there for Somerset.
and all home group stage matches in the Women's Metro Bank
memberships
One-Day
are
Cup.
also available. We've sold over 1,000 so far, so make sure you pick up one of those and get down here to support.
2 overs then, 25. What a game of cricket we've had here. It's a pretty good Friday night with the Taylor Swift tribute act against Lancashire. Friday night was a cracking game here.
Were you, did you stay behind for the Taylor Swift concert, Harry?
Yeah, were you dancing away? You enjoying that? You were tucked up in bed, I'm sure.
I was on my way back up the M5 with my own playlist on.
Funny if you're listening to Taylor Swift on the way back anyway. Not your thing. We've had this conversation before. Rebel, yeah, wasn't that your song?
I haven't contributed to the billion she's made on iTunes as yet. Lauren Bell into the attack, so one of the senior bowlers coming on.
Yeah, Hampshire playing the trump card here. That's a nice scuff for one. Dean happy to give Wellington the strike, let the in-form overseas batter work her magic.
Interesting to see how Wello plays that. I mean, this really sets up with pace on for Wello's sort of step away cut shot. There's only those 2 fielders. If she dissects those, it's a guaranteed 4. Be interesting to see how she plays it, as opposed to Charlie Dean, who's tried to hit it towards the side of the ground where most of the outfielders are. Wello, she's moved across the stumps, through the covers.
Could they push 2? Dean wants 2. Wellington doesn't.
Dean's pushed hard.
I'm surprised Wellington's not pushing the run in here. I know she might be tired, but I just think you got 2 overs left. Leave everything out there.
Well,
Dean's quick.
She's getting a massive head start on Wello. You've got to realise that, Harry. I don't think there was 2 there.
When do you just take on the arm, though? They're not at that panic stage yet. You think give that to the last over?
Not just yet. 23 off 10 balls. Very, very high bouncer and called a wide by
to Ant
the
Harris,
square leg umpire.
Yeah, Ant Harris called it. I mean, it was almost I remember Danny Lamb. Do you remember his loan spell here? Sussex, Gloucestershire and Somerset all round. He used to love the old frying pan shot. Played in the One Day Cup here a few times.
Did he come from Lancashire?
Yeah, Lancashire originally. Now at Sussex. Alone at Somerset and Gloucester. That's good batting.
Swatted out to the leg side boundary, and Charlie Dean's going to pick up her first.
Agricultural, but it works, absolutely. Well weighted. I think these two actually know each other from the international scene. Wait for the slower ball, wait for it, slap it in between deep square leg and deep mid wicket.
Agricultural is what we like down here in Somerset. Brings the team 4. She's gone for what I think would have been a scoop if it was an on-pace delivery, but she's adjusted well and dissected those boundary riders.
The right hand was right down the bottom, wasn't it? Ready
18
lift.
Off 9 balls.
Winvis spinning Somerset's way slightly now, I reckon. Shot
Another
for Charlie
shot.
Dean.
Oh, she picked up the fielder. Good diving effort. Brave. Bit of work out there. Somerset are going to pick up exactly the 2 a ball they need.
Yeah, I don't think that was really a chance of my Boucher running in for deep mid wicket. Been pretty hard for her to get to that.
That was the sort of fielding you only do if you've got good dental insurance. Very brave piece of fielding out there by Boucher. If that's the right pronunciation, I'm assuming it is. No one's picked me up on it.
Boucher, yeah, there you go.
Boucher.
Yeah, you're right. Nice little French twang to it.
Dean misses out on that one. She's fixated with that leg side boundary there. Anything on that, and that would have been 4. Wello comes down to offer her advice. Charlie Dean, stay calm here. 7 balls remaining, 16 to win. This really is in the realms of a free hit now with Wello at the other end. Can Charlie Dean find the boundary?
What can she do? 7 balls remaining. Oh, I guess any bat on it, she'd back herself. That might be a boundary with short third and short fine up. But 16 off the last, probably in Hampshire's favour now. Wellington needs some real magic here. Alex Griffith's still in the hutch. Dean was going to scoop, then played the late cut. Lauren Bales won that last ball battle. Dean's frustrated.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too obvious where Charlie Dean was trying to score for me. The batters just hit the ball, the last few balls outside of off stump. I think that's where Wellow shows the difference. She's able to score both sides of the wicket at the end.
From the Marcus Droskovic Pavilion, and Somerset requires
Georgia
16
Adams,
off 6
skipper,
balls.
is going to bowl the last over with her off spin. Massive over, and I don't think Wellington will be that disappointed with an off spinner bowling. There's space out for the conventional sweep over extra cover. I'm assuming mid-on is coming up just for a chat. She will probably go back to the boundary, which will give her another option. But this is the theatre that Wellow thrives in. 16 needed off the last over.
Look at her stance. Look at where she's starting out. Outside off stump.
Got to run two.
Got to run
two.
two. Yeah, I agree. Dean's back. Dean's back. Wellington's knackered. She's not really running. She's not diving. Ooh, she's gone. AJ Wellington has run out. Could she have dived? She didn't really put in the full sprint. I think she's hot. She's been out there a little while. Charlie Dean was back. It is hotter than it looks out there. The sun's been out all afternoon. It's been up near 30 degrees, but she's quite clearly out there, and that's probably game done.
That's a great bit of work from the wicket-keeper.
Yeah, got in a funny position, didn't she?
Superb wicket-keeping, the way that she scooped that ball up and MS Dhoni-esque flicked it back onto the stumps. Brilliant piece of work. Give her credit. Alex Griffiths coming in, who's more than capable of finding the boundary from ball one. Wellow's played well there, but just ran out of steam.
Yeah, quite.
Sponsored by Joseph Casson Estate Agency. 25, Alex Griffiths.
Good partnership between Holland and Jay Wellington, but yes, there wasn't much running between the wicket in the last couple of overs, and that was a struggle. She hit the boundaries, Wellington, but Dean needed to run twos, and
Griff has got no option here but to go big from ball one here.
155
she does, and she's out.
155 for 6. Yeah, it seems a bit of a waste of Alex Griffiths waiting to come in for this situation. She's a better player. She deserves more balls to be in the game more.
Yeah, I think the Wellow Griff combination at the end was working so well. I'm a bit surprised Griff didn't come in before Charlie Dean, but I can understand why with Charlie Dean's credentials. Griff's come down, for me, the wrong line there. Come down the line of leg stump. A smart piece of bowling there from Georgia Adams, just keeping the ball outside off stump, and another great bit of wicket keeping there to whip those bails off in a flash. So it looks like Hampshire are in a position to win this game. It's been a valiant effort by Somerset to get themselves into a position where they could conceivably win. But 2 wickets there falling has made it very hard work. 4 balls remaining, 15 to win.
Yeah, Somerset going down a bit of a whimper here, sadly, for the home side. Hampshire been professional, but just to say, you got to hit boundaries and run between the wickets. You can't just do one or the other. Well, Chris Gale found a way, I suppose you could say, but when you need 12 plus, you got to run and hit boundaries as quickly as you possibly can. 45 of 26 for Wellington. So a lot of 20s and 30s. Sadly in vain. Good knock nonetheless. Should be 2 here. Dean and Hazel should easily run 2. Hazel's fresh out of university, pretty quick between the wickets.
Two sixes required. Charlie Dean on strike. No option but to try and go straight back towards us.
Square sweep for 2. Nearly another run out. But Charlie Dean just gets back. long boundary square, like you said, short would be a straighter option. I think we need 6 off 2. You'd probably take on the shorter option.
Probably trying to hit the ball in the air would have helped, trying to hit a 6.
And also if you come down the wicket straight, yeah, that would have been a better option. But George Adams' last ball, reverse sweep, probably going to be 4, but that's not enough for Somerset. Hampshire win this game. Hampshire have been stronger. They scored 169 for 6 in the first innings, maybe slightly above par. 43, 43 and 65 not out from the 3 at the top of the Hampshire order. 60 from Neve Holland and 45 from Amanda J. Wellington. Sort of flirted with it. Somerset lulled us in. They were getting close, but they couldn't quite get over the line.
Jess Hazel, 0 not out. Charlie Dean, 17 not out.
Yeah, massive disappointment there. Neve Holland and Amanda Jade Wellington, absolutely fantastic today. Not quite enough to chase down that total of 168. Hampshire will take the points. A good fighting performance to give themselves a chance towards the back end, but it just unravelled at the vital moment with their last over. Very much in it. In fact, those 2 dot balls at the end of the 19th were pretty crucial. If that chase could have been more like 10-12, I think it was really game on. 2 dot balls and then followed by 2 wickets. That's 4 balls without scoring and losing 2 wickets. That's pretty much where the game was lost, unfortunately. But some bright signs and some good batting, in particular by Neve Holland and Wello.
Yeah, I think the running between the wickets was a bit of a struggle towards the end. It's hot, but Somerset weren't miles off. It's just got to be a little bit. Where can you get those extra runs? If you can take an extra run every 5 overs, you win that game. An extra 1 or 2, can you push that running? Can you find a way to turn a dot into a 1? So many different ways you can pick up extra runs, aren't there? I think they could have chased 169. I don't think the score was insurmountable. I think Somerset definitely could have chased that.
I think it's tough. I mean, the way that Wello hits her shot, she's often playing on one knee, and I know it probably looks quite exaggerated that the non-striker is almost lapping her, but she's in a crouched position with her weight back. She's got to get up, start running. By that time, you know, Charlie Dean in this instance is already at least half the way down the wicket, so it kind of looks like Amanda Jade isn't trying to run, but it's difficult when you've swept a ball to then try and get in and out the crease for 2. Yeah, I mean, you can sort of, like, I suppose, micro look at the game, but you know, you can't criticise Wello's performance there. She's the reason why Somerset had a chance there, you know, striking at 180 for her runs. Yeah, I think there's work to be done, that is for sure, and I'm sure the girls will keep grafting.
Do they think about more changes in the order? We've talked about that top 7. They've batted in different positions almost every game now. Is there more flexibility, more change? I think Griffiths, to me, has to face more balls. If you're trying to win a big chase, she's better than just coming in the 19th, 20th over and having to hit 6 and ball 1.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things we could pick up, but I'm sure the girls will continue to work and come back stronger the next game. I think we've got a on-pitch interview coming up with someone. I think it's head coach Trevor Griffin. He's having a bit of a meeting at the moment with his other coaches, but as soon as he's available, stay tuned to listen to the Somerset women's head coach.
A close run game, but your girls just came up short.
Yeah, we've had a few of those, haven't we? Past 3 games. Just small margins in T20 cricket. Did a lot of things really well. And I think across the past 3 games, there's different phases. We're doing really well, and we keep seeming to just lose our way in different phases. So there's a bit of a break now whilst the guys are going to county championship cricket, so we'll utilise that time to refresh, relook at the way we're playing, and come again in the second half.
I suppose you've got to look at the positives, haven't you? It's a double-edged sword in some ways, a good batting performance, but just coming up short like that. But you have to take the positives. There were some great batting performances out there.
Absolutely, 250 partnerships in there. The way Neve went about her innings, I thought that was really classy, especially losing that early wicket with Bex. And then again batting with Wello through those middle phases. We know what she can do. So I thought that worked really well for us. But there was a few little bits, I think, the difference between the 2 teams that we'd look at.
Yeah, and on those 2 batting performances, Wellington and Holland, of course, do they give you confidence for the rest of the summer? Scores can be made in this team.
Yeah, it's not just those 2. Alex Griffiths has done a great job at the back end previously. Bex Hodges, we've seen her put some scores on the board as well. We're just about us bringing it all together, and we haven't quite done that this half of the campaign.
Well, thanks for talking to us. Commiserations once again.
Thanks very much.
Trevor Griffin chatting to us there right by my watch. We have just under half an hour to go until the toss for our second game of the day. That's Somerset men versus Hampshire.